dignitaries have marked their way to the hall. Let's have a roaring applause as we welcome Srimati Anupriya Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Srimati Punya Salila Srivastava, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Mr. Arjun Juneja, Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and COO, Mankind Pharma Limited. Mr. Archin Gupta, Co-Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and Managing Director and Global CEO, Cipla Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. It's our absolute pleasure to have you with us today. Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakareshu Sarvada. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to all the esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, innovators, academicians, policymakers, healthcare professionals, researchers, and distinguished delegates. I'm your host, Diksha Raina, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th edition of the Annual Indian Pharma Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference, conceived by FICCI in partnership with the Department of Pharma in 2016, has evolved into a premier platform that brings together government, industry, and academia. It serves as a vital forum to explore opportunities, address challenges, and shape the future of India's pharmaceutical and life sciences sector. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, it has gained recognition as a powerful policy platform, fostering meaningful dialogue, strengthening regulatory and industry collaboration, and advancing India's life sciences innovation agenda. This year's theme, Discover in India, Leapfrogging Life Sciences Innovation, reflects India's bold ambition to emerge as a global hub for cutting-edge research, innovation, and manufacturing in the life sciences sector, with our brilliant and trending hashtag, #IndiaPharma2026. Ladies and gentlemen, as every auspicious thing in India starts with the name of God, so will our prestigious conference, and I would now request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to please do the honors and lighten the auspicious ceremony lamp. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Honorable Ministers, Madam, to please join us, joined by all our dignitaries on the dais. May the divine light of this lamp bring peace, prosperity, joy, and wisdom in our lives. I now request our dignitaries to please join us back on the dais. Thank you so much, Madam. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we would now take the honor to present a small token of gratitude and appreciation to our dignitaries. May I please request Mr. Arjun Juneja to kindly felicitate Srimati Anupriya Patel, ma'am, our Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, by presenting a shawl and a green certificate. Madam, it is our absolute pleasure to have you with us today. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Mr. Arjun Juneja to welcome Shri Manoj Joshi, Department of Pharmaceutical Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, with the Green Certificate. So ladies and gentlemen, with this we pledge to plant a group of trees at Trees for Ram Bhumi, Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh. I now request Mr. Achin Gupta to kindly felicitate Srimati Punya Salila Srivastav, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Hearty welcome, Madam. So ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, I would now request Mr. Arjun Juneja, Chair FICCI Pharma Committee and COO Mankind Pharma Limited, to please deliver the welcome address. Hearty welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of FICCI, it is my privilege to deliver the welcome address at the 9th edition of Indian Pharma 2026. I extend a very warm welcome to our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State for Chemical and Fertilizers, Health and Family Welfare, Srimati Anupriya Patel ji. We are honored by the presence of Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. I would also like to warmly welcome Srimati Punya Salila Srivastav, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Distinguished industry leaders, global partners, innovators, friends, a very warm welcome to all of you. Honorable Minister, Srimati Anupriya ji, your contributions towards advancing the pharmaceutical sector and public health are deeply valued. On behalf of FICCI, it is my privilege to welcome you to India Pharma 2026, the 9th edition of this landmark platform, and without a doubt, it's our most ambitious one yet. But before we speak of where we are going, let's take a moment to recognize how far we have come and acknowledge the hands that have shaped the journey. India today is the pharmacy of the world. This is not a slogan, it is a fact, earned through decades of consistent effort and backed by visionary government policy. We supply 20% of world's generic medicines by volume. We are the source of over 55% UNICEF's vaccine supply. Our medicines reach across the globe. We are in India's largest pharmaceutical producer in the world by volume, home to over 3,000 companies, 10,500 manufacturing facilities, and the highest number of US FDA compliant plants outside the United States. The numbers speak for themselves. India's pharmaceutical export crossed 30 billion in FY 24-25, growing 9.5%, a 16-fold increase just from 2 billion at the turn of the century. Our domestic market stands at USD 55 billion, which is firmly on course to touch 120 to 130 billion by 2030. India's pharmaceutical success story is at its heart, a shared story of government and industry working together with a common purpose. FICCI has been a proud partner to the Department of Pharmaceuticals since the very inception of India Pharma series. This platform, now in its 9th edition, is the clearest expression of the partnership. It is not merely a conference, it is a national dialogue, where policy intent meets government capability, where global expertise meets Indian ambition, and where conversations become commitments. FICCI's pharma advocacy has always been rooted in a single conviction: what is good for health of the nation must be also good for the competitiveness of our industry. We stand fully aligned with government's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, where a global leading pharmaceutical sector is not aspirational, it is foundational. Whether it is advocating for stronger R&D incentives, pushing for regulatory harmonization with international standards, or supporting the expansion of India's CRDMO ecosystem. FICCI's role has consistently amplified what the government has been building on the ground. FICCI's role has never been limited to advocacy alone. We translate policy into an ground awareness, ensuring that industry, particularly our MSMEs, understand and are able to leverage the full range of government schemes, export frameworks, and the quality upgrade pathways available to them. Through research, white papers, and structured dialogue, we surface the challenge that remain, whether it is reducing the import dependence on bulk drugs, strengthening focus on R&D, building a more vibrant biotech financing system. We bring them to the government's table constructively as partners and not critics. Platforms like India Pharma are perhaps FICCI's most powerful contribution to the sector, bringing together regulators, innovators, financiers, and global partners in one room to collectively push the boundaries of what India Pharma can achieve. What gives FICCI Pharma Committee a unique, powerful voice as its composition, we are a deliberate blend of Indian pharma companies and world's foremost multinational pharmaceutical players. And that combination is not incidental, it is strategic. Indian companies bring to the table deep manufacturing strength, unmatched cost, efficiency, regulatory track records across the world's most stringent markets, and a proven ability to scale. Global companies bring cutting-edge R&D pipelines, breakthrough innovation frameworks, international marketing intelligence, and decades of experience navigating complex regulatory environments. Together, they give FICCI a 360-degree view of the global pharmaceutical ecosystem and a credibility that allows us to advocate meaningfully at both the national and international level. This synergy is precisely what India intends at the moment in its journey. We are transitioning from being the world's trusted generic manufacturer to becoming a genuine global innovation hub. This transition requires exactly the kind of partnership that our Pharma Committee embodies every day: Indian scale and global expertise working side by side for a shared future. Friends, India stands at a genuine inflection point. The groundwork has been laid by the government through its policies, by industry through its investments, and by institutions like FICCI through consistent advocacy and dialogue. What we collectively do over the next 5 years will determine whether India merely participates in the global innovation race or leads it. This session over the next 2 days on policy thrust for innovation, on artificial intelligence, and next generation technologies, on unleashing our CRDMO potential, on building a vibrant pharma, and on big moves need to leapfrog global life sciences are not just merely discussions, but they are a blueprint for the leap. I invite each and everyone to fully engage, speak candidly, and leave the commitments that go beyond this room. Before I conclude, I would like to narrate a small story of an honest woodcutter. I'm sure many of us would have read this. So there used to be a woodcutter, and he used to रोज़ अपने गांव से दूर जाता था 10 किलोमीटर दूर, and he used to cut trees. One fine day he was cutting the tree next to a river, and his sword fell into the river. And बेचारा बहुत गरीब आदमी था, so he was praying to God, and in his prayers God came and asked him कि क्या हुआ. तो उसने बोला कि गॉड मेरी जो स्वॉर्ड थी वो गिर गई रिवर के अंदर. Then God said, he put his hand in the river, and God brought out a sword which was made of gold, and asked the woodcutter, is this your sword? The woodcutter said, no, this is not my sword. Then he again put his hand into the river and pulled out the sword. It was made of silver. He said, is this your sword? He said, no. So the God asked him, I tried to give you a sword made of gold and sword made of silver. You said no. He said that I want my sword because I cut very well with that sword. So why I'm narrating this story is that we as pharmaceutical industry, I always feel that we are like honest woodcutters. If the government supports us with the tools that we need, the policies that we need, which the government has been very supportive, especially in the last few years, I think we are like honest woodcutters. Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Juneja, for beautifully narrating the story and for setting the context of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now move ahead, and I would now request Srimati Punya Salila Srivastav, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to please deliver the address. Hearty welcome to you, ma'am.
So, respected Minister of State, Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Chair and Co-Chair FICCI Pharma Committee, and all the participants in today's session. I really thank all of you for inviting me for this inaugural session, because the subject of the conference is very exciting. Discover in India, Leap, Frogging Life Sciences Innovation. And as the user ministry and being the vanguard of public health, the regulatory ministry, this subject really strikes at the core of what we are trying to do these days. As the user ministry, we really look forward to Discover in India, because that is the only way we can ensure early availability, easier accessibility and quality of pharmaceuticals in the country, and enable the health ministry to provide public health services to the citizens in the best possible manner. And as the regulatory ministry, we are committed to supporting this endeavor. A number of process reforms and other reforms have been taken in the last few months as well. You would be aware about the T license waiver, which helps promote research and development, the exemption to certain categories from bioavailability and bioequivalence studies for export purposes, which again helps support manufacture. Various steps have been taken to ensure the predictability of regulatory approvals, and we are monitoring this on a consistent basis. I see that you have a session on how regulatory support can be better provided, and I'm sure in that session the drug regulator can share what all he has done and what are the current timelines for approvals. And we look forward to your suggestions as to how we can enhance the quality of regulation, and at the same time ensure the predictability of approvals. So we look forward to your suggestions in this regard. A very important component of this is strengthening the regulatory capacity of India, and I want to specially thank the IPA, because during the pre-budget webinars, they made a pitch for strengthening the drug regulatory system, and government has made an announcement on strengthening the system. We have set up a committee which is looking at how to strengthen the internal scientific cadre in the CDESCO, and we have members from ICMR, Department of Pharma, and other stakeholders. But we look forward to your inputs. What is the kind of expertise that you require? If FICCI and IPA can share that, then I'm sure we can incorporate it, and that will make a stronger and a more effective and a supportive regulator. The CDESCO is also developing a unified digital platform, the digital drug regulatory system. Again, this system would require inputs from you so that it is effective. It can bring in more transparency and accountability in the system, at the same time enable things like digital audit. So do share your inputs in this regard also. We in the country really are now pitching for going from beyond the biggest, from the pharmacy of the world to the innovator of the world. And I'm sure that together we will achieve this objective. My best wishes for a very productive day ahead. And I do look forward to your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your valuable address and providing a meaningful direction to the future of this sector. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharma, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to please deliver the address. Hearty welcome, sir.
Honorable MOS Sanupriya Patel, Punya Srivastav, Mr. Juneja, Mr. Gupta, and friends. The topic of this time's conference about Indian pharma is aptly describes what Finance Minister in her speech spoke about Biopharma Shakti Mission. And I think that speech almost covered most of the elements of what is required to promote innovation in the discovery side on the biological side, including from the regulatory reforms to clinical trial reforms to availability of manpower, to promote discovery, to promote biosimilars. It covers almost everything. But I think what Punya told about the regulatory reforms, I think that is the beginning. A lot has been done, and if we hear industry, a lot more needs to be done. Probably when I joined this department 3 months back, and I've been talking to industry around the country quite a lot to design the Biopharma Shakti Mission. And yes, they say at the present level of time taken, yeah, they are preferring to do these things outside India. And a lot, Ministry of Health is taking a lot of steps based on what has been announced in the budget, and otherwise also I think DCGI is taking a lot of steps to expedite things. Probably it would take some more time when the strengthening of manpower is concerned. It's not a one-day process, you can do it. It takes time. So probably industry, I think, needs to talk more to the health department as to what are their expectations on terms of timeline of reform. Look, the timelines would probably are going down and will go down further, but probably you need a more predictability as to how long would it take. So that you start investing in doing things in India. Right now I hear even phase 1 trials, people trying to do it outside India, which they should do it in India. So I think you would see in next year or two far more reform in Sadisco's working, and the timelines going down, comparable to what you are seeing in other countries, and hope with that most of the work would shift to India. A lot more support, I think, from government to industry is required on the discovery side. We are doing a PRIP scheme, some support to industry, and probably we need to do something more than that. More hand-holding support to startup industry, faster processing of applications when you apply for government grants. Probably the one complaint I hear from industry, it takes too long, and there is they don't know when would it be sanctioned. So probably we need to do things much faster for larger industry and provide much more support to startup industry. Startup industry in India, when you see working on the biological side, there are a large number of them working, but I think they reach a certain stage. They get startup funding either from BIRAC or from some of the venture funds or from some of the Gates Foundation or different foundations. They get funding, but they are reaching a certain stage and then they stop. They are not growing further than that. So I think both from the government side as well as from the regulatory side and from the larger industry side and from the academia and government lab side, we need to provide them support so that that valley of death they are encountering right now, they are able to jump that and go beyond that. Because without startup industry, even for large industry to work on the discovery side is a half-hearted effort. Globally, the startup industry is providing a lot of inputs to the larger industry, which in India's case, we need to strengthen and expect them to do more. They do find, other than funding, also a lot of problems. I think we don't have the infrastructure to enable them to do to produce materials, to the labs in which they can get things tested. A lot of infrastructure is lacking. Initially, I was also given the impression that we in Bangalore and Hyderabad, we have a large infrastructure to support startups. I think, but we need to do a far more. And as part of Biopharma Shakti Mission, we would provide support to the infrastructure so that the startup industry can get far more support in terms of what they can manufacture. Whatever they are discovering, they can manufacture that and get lab support, which is critical for them. As far as the large industry is concerned, I think on the further building on the PRIP support line, I think, but in an expeditious manner, we would need to provide support for clinical trial phase particularly, not so much of the discovery side. And the clinical trial, both for the phase 1 and phase 3 trial sites, we are working with ICMR and DBT to strengthen that network, and I hope in a short period of time, our clinical trial sites would give us standardized data on which global regulators could rely. Biological area, biosimilar is exciting everyone very much, and that is another area where large support from government industry is looking forward to, and the Biopharma mission envisages providing that support, and we had discussion with large number of industries on what that support could be. And I think shortly we would come out with the details as to support for biosimilar industry and also for fermentation-based drugs, which we made effort in PLI scheme for bulk drugs and providing support. I think another bout of support is required for fermentation-based drugs in India to so that we are less rely on what is happening outside India and able to provide to our industry as well as to the global formulation industry fermentation-based bulk drugs. These are another area which with NIPERS and a lot of DBT, ICMR and CSIR institution, good work has been done is manpower availability for the industry. I think DBT has done a remarkable work in providing the PhDs and postdocs which are manning biological industry in India, but we need to do far more. I think one of the weak areas in biologics is availability of manpower. We need to improve that, both in terms of Pharma level as well as the PhD and postdoc level. I think we need to work together with industry and all the government labs in working in that direction, and also ensure that the government lab system and the industry work together. That has been a weak area in our case. Government labs and industry probably talk less with each other, and we need to do much more than that and work in a collaborative way. Probably our incentive structure we need to change in the government so that there is a larger incentive to work with the industry, and probably industry also needs to understand how the government lab system works. And it's not just they should provide PhD and postdocs who work in the industry, but in the research projects also their labs and their networks and their systems could be useful. I'm sure in next few years, the emphasis which budget is providing for Biopharma Shakti Mission with the 10,000 crore rupees funding is just a beginning, and we would have a good response to the scheme so that we can finish this amount in no time and get additional funding. I'm sure Government of India would appreciate if we can finish this 10,000 crore very fast and seek higher funding. With that, the biological industry in India grows much further, and this discussion of today and tomorrow would help us in moving in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Joshi, for your positive and insightful address, and thank you for the guidance. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will now proceed with the video message by our Honorable Minister, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda, sir, Honorable Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizers and Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Unfortunately, Minister Saab couldn't join us due to urgent commitments, but he has been kind enough to send a video message for all of us. Let's take a look. Can we have the video streaming, please?
Namaskar, distinguished dignitaries, leaders from the pharmaceutical industry, global partners and innovators, esteemed representatives from the government and academia, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at India Pharma 2026. I commend the Department of Pharmaceuticals along with FICCI and IPA for convening this important platform that brings together stakeholders from across the global pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem. This forum reflects both the strength and the growing global relevance of India's pharmaceutical sector. Over the years, India has earned recognition as the pharmacy of the world, driven by its leadership in affordable generic medicines. Today, however, the global pharmaceutical landscape is evolving rapidly, with increasing emphasis on biologics, biosimilars, and specialty medicine. In this changing environment, India is well positioned not only to adopt but to play a leading role. The Government of India remains committed to creating a policy framework that supports innovation, strengthens research capabilities, and promotes value-based growth. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, a key step in this direction is the recently announced Biopharma Shakti initiative with an outlay of 10,000 crore rupees aimed at building advanced capabilities in biopharmaceutical innovation. This complemented by the PRIP scheme, which focuses on promoting research and innovation in pharmaceuticals and medical technology. Together, these initiatives seek to foster stronger collaboration between industry and academia and encourage the development of innovative therapies. Strengthening domestic manufacturing remains a priority through initiatives such as the Production Linked Incentive (PLI), the scheme for bulk drugs, and the development of bulk drug parks. India is working towards enhancing self-reliance and building resilient supply chains. Encouragingly, India has made significant progress in reducing import dependence in critical segments. At the same time, India continues to expand its global footprint. Pharmaceutical exports have grown steadily, reaching approximately 2.45 lakh crore with a strong presence in regulated market. This reflects the global trust in the India's quality standards and manufacturing capabilities. Equally important is our commitment to affordable healthcare. Through initiatives like Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, access to quality medicines at affordable prices is being expanded across the country, benefiting millions of citizens. Looking ahead, strengthening research development will be critical. Increased investment, deeper industry participation, and effective public-private partnerships will play a key role in enabling India to transition towards high-value innovation. India Pharma 2026 offers a valuable platform to exchange ideas, build partnerships, and shape forward-looking roadmap for the sector. I encourage all participants to engage actively and work collaboratively towards a more resilient, inclusive, and innovation-driven pharmaceutical ecosystem. India remains committed to working with global partners in advancing healthcare solutions that are accessible, affordable, and sustainable. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Saab, for your inspiring message and continued leadership. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a resounding applause as it's my pleasure and honor to invite on the stage Srimati Anupriya Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to please deliver the inaugural address. Hearty welcome, ma'am.
Very good morning. Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Srimati Punis Salila Srivastav, Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee, Shri Arjun Juneja, and Co-Chair, Shri Achin Gupta, industry captains, all the eminent participants, delegates, academia, startups, innovators, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed very delighted to join you all for the 9th edition of this very prestigious platform, the India Pharma 2026. And I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Department of Pharmaceuticals, IPA, and FICCI for coming together and hosting this extremely meaningful dialogue, which I consider very timely and apt, because India today is in the midst of a significant transition from being the pharmacy of the world to emerging as a global biopharma manufacturing hub and eventually aspiring to be an innovation leadership. We know that for long, India has been the largest supplier of generics all over the world, and we have been fulfilling 20% of the global requirement, along with 70% of the requirement for vaccines. But now is the time for India to assume a different role and for the Indian pharmaceutical companies to think bigger. And the demand all over the world is today for the biosimilars and biologics, because there is a rise in the NCDs world over, cancer, diabetes, autoimmune diseases. So the entire global community is today looking for affordable biosimilars, and there is a highly expanding market. It is expected to grow to a size of around $75 billion by 2030. So there is a huge scope and a big opportunity, a high revenue opportunity for the Indian pharmaceutical industry, and that's the transition that the industry should be ready for. We must also not forget that the generics model is already under strain, and COVID-19 and also the global uncertainties that we have seen for the past few years, even what is happening today, it has taught us very important lesson that the health security is at risk all over, including India. So it is time for us to ensure that we assume a different role and we create health systems which are more resilient. I would also like to point out that when we take a look at the pharmaceutical innovation landscape, India's share is relatively small. The biopharma innovation, India is not contributing much. And if we look at the export basket of India, there is a significant proportion of generics, but the innovative drugs, which actually occupy 87% of this market, those are very less in the export basket. If we want to increase the value of our global export share, then India must invest into more of biosimilars, biologics, and innovative drugs. And today, the government is all out here to support the industry. We have recently announced the Biopharma Shakti mission for 10,000 crores. And under that, there are several important components. We are about to restructure CDESCO, and we are creating a new scientific review workforce, more than 1,500 professionals who are subject experts. They are going to be hired. Also, there is a network of 1,000 clinical trial sites which are going to be set up. And we are also laying special emphasis on the use of artificial intelligence in drug discovery and development. So all these steps will help to transform India into a preferred destination for drug discovery as well as drug development. Human resource, that is also an important requirement. We already have 7 National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research in India, and the recent budget has announced 3 new NIPERs. And these will play a very important role in not just building more skilled manpower and addressing the human resource shortage, but will also enable greater industry-academia linkage and help to advance high-end research which is required today in the pharmaceutical sector. So these are steps that are intended to change the scenario of the Indian pharmaceutical manufacturing. And India has all the capacities which are required for making the shift from the generics to the innovative drugs. We have our domestic manufacturing capacities which are very strong. We have R&D, and Government of India is now providing a lot of support towards research and development. It is an opportunity that the industry must grab, and we must scale these capabilities that already exist with us today and make the shift which is required to achieve the vision of making India a biopharma manufacturing powerhouse by the year 2047. So today I'm here to appeal to all of you that all the stakeholders have an important role to play, whether it is government or it is industry, it is academia or startups. All of us, we need to come together, and with our collective efforts, we must realize this bigger dream, bigger vision from India, and all of us can do it together. That is my strong belief. And with this, I convey my best wishes for the success of this 2-day conference, and I hope there is a very meaningful exchange of ideas, new partnerships and collaborations are forged, and we are able to take the industry forward. Thank you very much for having me here. All the best for the event.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your inspiring address and for outlining the key priorities for the growth of the life sciences sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the end of this inaugural session, it is my absolute pleasure to invite on the dais Mr. Achin Gupta, Co-Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and Managing Director and Global CEO, Cipla Limited, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Department of Pharmaceuticals Secretary, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. And Srimati Punya Srivastava ji, Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Mr. Arjun Juneja, Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee. Distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the Indian Pharma 2026 conclave. On behalf of FICCI, I express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, for his inspiring virtual message. His guidance and vision for strengthening India's healthcare and pharmaceutical ecosystem have provided valuable direction and encouragement to all stakeholders. Once again, on behalf of FICCI and the industry, we commend the government initiatives around Biopharma Shakti, PLI, and all the initiatives which are helping progress the industry. I also wish to place on record our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Anupriya Patel ji, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, for her continued leadership and support towards advancing India's pharmaceutical and healthcare priorities. Her address has set a strong and forward-looking tone for the conference, and especially around all the capability building initiatives which are being supported. Our heartfelt thanks to Shri Manoj Joshi ji for highlighting key policy directions and opportunities in the pharmaceutical sector, and Srimati Punya Srivastav ji for sharing her valuable perspectives on strengthening the public health system. I extend my appreciation to Mr. Arjun Juneja for his warm welcome and the story at the end. We are honest woodcutters, and we will continue to set the context for rest of the discussions today and for going forward. We are also grateful to all our partners, stakeholders, and delegates who have joined today. Your participation reflects the collective commitment of the industry and government towards making India a global leader in pharmaceuticals. As we move forward with the program, I'm confident that today's deliberations will foster meaningful dialogue, encourage innovation, and contribute to shaping a resilient and future-ready pharma ecosystem in India. Thank you once again for your presence, and wishing everyone a very engaging and productive 2 days of conference ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for thoughtfully summarizing the addresses. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the close of the inaugural session of the 9th edition of India Pharma Conference, and we shall be shortly commencing with the special startup sessions. But with that, it would be an honor for all our stalwarts to freeze this moment with our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. So I would request our esteemed dignitaries, our Honorable Minister Madam, to please join us below the stage area for a group photograph along with our startup showcase stalwarts, and of course joined by all our dignitaries. I would also request all the startup showcase stalwarts to please join us. I request our dignitaries to please join us. I think it's done. It's done. Thank you so much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire organizing committee of FICCI, we would like to thank our Honorable Minister Madam for joining us. And of course, joined by all our dignitaries. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion with your presence, despite your busy schedules. So ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to please remain seated as we shall be commencing with the next sessions shortly. I would request all of you to please remain seated. All the CEOs, for the CEO round table, I would request all of you to please proceed towards the council room. Requesting esteemed CEOs invited for the CEO round table to please proceed towards the council room. All the other delegates, I would request all of you to please be with us here for the startup showcase session. All the esteemed All right, ladies and gentlemen, all the esteemed invited CEOs are requested to please join us for the CEO roundtable in the council room. I request all the esteemed CEOs to please join us in the council room on the same floor. And all the other delegates are requested to please be here with us for the startup showcase session. We shall be commencing the startup showcase session in a few minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, this session brings together innovative startups showcasing cutting-edge ideas and solutions across the sector with presentations by each startup. From breakthrough technologies to disruptive business models, these enterprises are driving the next wave of innovation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting off with the very first presentation by our Startup Showcase stalwarts. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome on the stage Genoscope Private Limited. Every startup will be getting 10 minutes to present their talk. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity and presentation chance to kind of present our findings in front of such an esteemed audience. I am Dr. Shanaya, and on behalf of Genoscope, I am going to talk about our flagship product, SaliScope, which is a saliva-based companion diagnostic test that we have developed for head and neck cancer patients. Apologies. Excuse me, Disha? It is not moving. Yeah, okay. All right, so we move forward. Basically, this is not a detection or diagnostic test that we have devised. It's not for early screening. It's more like a companion diagnostic test. So what happens is once a patient is diagnosed with cancer, this is a usual workflow or treatment that they go through, and this is what is prescribed by the clinicians. For ease of understanding, let us assume that it's a map wherein there are multiple roads for the same endpoint by a patient. So in our context, 9,30,000 new head and neck cancer cases are annually diagnosed. They have multiple routes to reach for the best survival and good prognosis. There are few roads with speed breakers, there are few roads with U-turns, there's few roads with dead ends. But most importantly, there is one road which can lead them to the destination faster. Now, based on the genetics, you can now actually decode which is the fastest route that can lead them to better survival. So these maps that we devise using genetics of the patient individually can give them information as to whether chemotherapy will work for them, whether immunotherapy is going to work better, whether radiation is the right source forward. Now let us take a step behind why head and neck cancers is so important in the context of India. This is one of those few malignancies which has a very skewed graph. 66% of the head and neck cancer cases just come from Asia, and 58% of those cases just come from India. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The graver problem that we are trying to cater to is 47% of the Asian population either don't respond to the treatments or come back to the clinics developing relapse within an average mean span of 18 months. So by the time a patient has completed the treatment completely, they're already kind of in 6-8 months ready for the next round. So what is going on so wrong? And what is happening in the clinics right now? It can't be all that wrong. So let's understand what is happening in the clinics. For ease of understanding again, there are two sets of patients, one with enlarged tumors, which is 80% in our case, and one with very smaller tumors, which is 20% in our case. Let's first talk about the 80%. Now these patients, they are sent for scan like an MRI scan, PET CT scan to estimate the size of the tumor. Then they are given 3 cycles of neoadjuvant treatment, chemotherapy along with immunotherapy or no. And then they are sent for the scan again saying, okay, let us now take a decision whether the tumor has regressed. Is it still the same or has it actually increased? Now what about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% go for the surgery first, and then they are either prescribed radiation treatments or given chemoradiation. Now these are the worst of the lot, because only once they develop a relapse can you actually figure out whether the patients have responded to treatment or no. So that is where we come in. Why this trial error? Can we have a product which can work at the time of diagnosis using fluids of the body and the genes of those patients, which can actually help the clinicians and the patients make those educated decisions as to which is the best treatment route for them? Another additional feature that our test has is we can actually help the patients and the clinicians predict relapse. So why predicting relapse is such an important issue? Well, in relapse, you cannot re-radiate the same organ. Surgical procedures come with their own set of limitations. We have to understand this is your mouth. You eat, breathe, swallow from this organ. It's not like a conventional prostate or a breast cancer where you can completely remove the organ and keep it aside. And the most important is chemotherapeutic cycles again has a mortality rate of 23 to 30%. So relapse prediction early is key. So that is where we come in. We've developed SaliScope, which is the first of its kind saliva-based companion diagnostic test. We expect the patients to just spit saliva in a sterile tube. We extract extracellular vesicles and have identified a 6-marker proprietary panel, wherein we have 4 test markers and 2 housekeeping genes. We start off with a sequencing-based test, but we realized and converted it into a PCR-based test, because one thing that has happened post-COVID is PCR machines are in every nook and corner of the country and pretty much the world. So then the values that come out from these PCR machines, we have developed an algorithm which then computes it as a simple score. Something as simple as greater than for non-responder, less than for responder. And using this, you can actually make 3 very important decisions. 1, whether chemotherapy will be effective for the patients or are they resistant to it. Second, will immunotherapy be effective for the patients or no? And third and most important, what is the genetic propensity of these patients to develop relapse? We have done it in 550 plus individuals with an accuracy of 94.3%. This is an IP heavy product wherein each step is IP protected. Now, what about companion diagnostics? It's the gradually growing market in India, but it has already been making waves globally. It is projected to be a $13 billion market by 2030, and oncology is the fastest moving segment. So how are we placed? Well, on one side, you are seeing the 4 companies which are global players in this space. There are 2 working in breast cancers, there's Foundation working in 7 malignancies, and then there is Garden 360, which covers 4 malignancies. So how are we different? None of these are designed or cater to head and neck cancer patients. We do it for head and neck cancer patients. All the FDA approved drugs so far are covered under this test. We do it at 1/10 the global cost, but most importantly, we do it with the fastest turnaround time. So I'll not take into the nitty-gritties of things, but the target people are oncologists, oncology hospitals, and pathology labs. We work with a hub and spoke mechanism where the saliva that is collected at the center can be shipped to us at room temperature, and we can process it in 4 working days. The traction so far, we are with the CDSCO-based trials. We've onboarded 6 hospital chains. We cover HCG, Narayana Health Bangalore, AIMS, and NRS Kolkata. We are trying to recruit 7 more centers in the coming 2 months. We have been heavily supported by the government in terms of grants and money. We are a team of doctors and scientists on a mission, and this is the team that has developed SaliScope and Genoscope. And we are transforming or trying to transform cancer care for millions in the direction of precision oncology with body fluids and decoding genomes, because behind every data point is a patient's life. Thank you very much for your patient learning.
Thank you so much. With that, we would now invite Molecule AI to please deliver their talk. Can we have the slides, please?
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us. I'm Somraj Bhattacharjee. Okay. I'm Somraj Bhattacharjee. I head sales and marketing here at Molecule AI. And once again, I welcome you all to this August gathering. So about Molecule AI, we are basically into AI-driven drug discovery. What we do is primarily find out small molecules that help in identifying target molecules required for drug discovery. We are using our flagship platform called as Molecule Gen that enables de novo target aware molecular generation and hit to lead development along with ADMET prediction. What is really different about us is that we design the therapeutic, patentable and efficacious small molecules with precise target specificity using AI, and very few in the market do this. What we bring to the table is that our mission and vision, as I told you, we want to not only change the drug discovery platform in India, we want to bring in a revolution in this business that otherwise takes a lot of time and is very, very cost centric. By 2030, it is expected that we would be having an annual revenue of more than 100 million USDs and achieve unicorn status. There are 4 levels that we need to understand first. Number 1 is that hit identification is slow, manual, takes times, which can lead up to a number of years. So for example, any drug discovery process, the basic process of hit identification can take up to 2 to 3 years or even more. That's a lot of time, a lot of capital, a lot of labor and a lot of money. We bringing the solution over here where we say that we reduce the time, we optimize the lead optimization process, which is ideally inefficient. You have to rely heavily on trial and error, which will take, again, you don't know whether the molecule, the small molecule will work or not. Using AI, we reduce all this. We reduce the high failure rates involved in the poor binding affinity, toxicity and ADMET predictions. Also, we help the chemists, the biochemists, the scientists who are involved in the process by using Gen AI, generative AI effectively. So we bring the Gen AI, which we all use these days in our lives, to the lab. Typical timelines, as I told you, is not only is it up to 2 to 4 years time, it is expensive as well, taking up to a few hundred million USDs. And biggest risk, after having spent so much time, money and effort, you may find out that only one in up to, let's say, 10,000 discovered compounds actually become drugs. So as you can see, the failure rate is extremely high. This is the preclinical phase, that is I'm talking about. We provide our platform called Molecule Gen that democratizes AI-driven drug discovery. We basically have giving a tool in the hands of the researchers who can use this AI to do deep computational study. We have a team of scientists, which I'll tell you in the end, who work on the molecular drug discovery process and help you reduce the activity. So we are calling it drug engineering, intelligent drug engineering, and we also provide de novo and MyMol drug discovery processes. This is a snapshot of our interface. As you can see, this is a dashboard that has been developed completely in India by Indian scientists, and this is completely in-house. Data security is a guarantee with us. We don't share data with external parties. So as you all understand, security, compliance, and IP protection is very, very important in a country like ours. Everybody is sensitive about the trial-related data that they're generating. We provide 100% safety. And obviously, being a purely made in India company, we also provide full guarantees as well. So as I told you, this is a very small, our USP stands at small fraction of time, small effort, high efficacy. We also have a couple of upcoming modules apart from Molecule Gen that I talked about, which one of them is called Agento, that does modular MCP compliant architecture. It ensures reliability, interoperability, and regulatory readiness. Second module that is we are very excited about is called Lodestar. It accelerates drug discovery with high fidelity molecular dynamics. It performs quantum mechanics informed molecular dynamics, and it's a hybrid MD combining neural nets and classical force fields. Again, AI in drug discovery. We have been validated scientifically. We have presented papers at some of the most prestigious international conferences like ICML 2024, where our paper on AI algorithms and TagMol was selected and presented as one of the biggest and most prestigious papers at the conference in Vienna. Our graphs, our diffusion graphs are trained on, so coming to the training part, our diffusion graphs are trained on more than 20 million protein ligand complexes. We generate novel molecules using those complexes, and we provide superior binding affinity and drug likeness. So as you can see, data availability is not a challenge with us. We also work with our partners to work on their data, again providing full security and provide them the best molecules that can work for specific use cases. We also provide pocket-aware technology that outperforms traditional methods that otherwise would have taken a lot of time in the lab. So we are trying to substitute the lab with our AI algorithms. This is a strategic position. We are trying to address a TAM, a total addressable market of 15 billion USDs, and the current AI drug discovery market is close to 5 billion USD and projected to go up to 35 billion. So an annual growth rate of 40%, we are providing a solution that further augments and hastens and fastens the process. And these are certain recognitions we have got. We have been awarded by Biopharma, Biospectrum. We have been one of the most highly awarded companies in this field of AI-driven drug discovery. This is our team, our founder, Mr. Saurabh Singhal, our biochemist, and our AI and computing team. We have scientists from IIT Delhi, IISc, and other reputed institutions who are working with us on a continuous basis. These are the partnership opportunities we look out for. We obviously provide platform pilots with drug manufacturers and drug discoverers. We can also go for strategic partnerships. If you want to collaborate with us, we are also open to equity partnerships. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Somraj. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next startup. May we please acknowledge the presence of Peptris Technologies Private Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause. Can we have the slides, please?
Hello. The slides. Hi, I'm Venkat. And continuing from what Molecule AI just finished, we are an AI-powered drug discovery company. And we are not a service provider, but a drug discovery company in the true right, taking drugs all the way to the market using and what we have built is an AI platform. It's a proprietary AI platform, which is basically a suite of algorithms across the drug discovery continuum. And what we have done so far is using these proprietary algorithms, filed about 5 patents, more coming on the way. And when I talk about these patents, all I'm talking about is these are molecules that we have discovered, basically predicted with our in silico methods, tested it in relevant models, first in the biochemical assays, then the cellular assays, then relevant animal models, before we patent it. So these are all assets, as I say, that are ready to be licensed at some point of time in the future after we have completed all the preclinical studies. So far, we have licensed 1 molecule, which in a condition called Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a rare disease, a rare indication affecting boys. And this particular molecule that we discovered, it's a repurposed molecule, which is a very safe, highly safe molecule that we discovered, tested it in MDX mice, basically the relevant model, and licensed it to a company which will be taking it to the clinic. It already has an orphan drug designation in place and would be in clinical trials before the end of the year. So the process is ongoing with the FDA, and it will be a trial which will be based out of multi-centers. We retain the BRICS rights for it, and we'll definitely try and get it into the Indian market once we have it. Our key focus areas other than rare diseases are, of course, inflammation, oncology, and women's health, where we are doing multiple programs. I'll get into the pipeline towards the end of this. One thing that everyone talks about when talking about drug discovery, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort to get a drug into the market. And the primary reason for that is, of course, our lack of understanding of the human body itself. Yeah, interestingly, you can look at it as a complex chemical reaction trying to understand itself. And that itself is a big challenge. We hardly understand 10% of it. And over time, with over a lot of technologies being used, over a lot of automation coming in, our understanding is slowly, gradually moving up. But I think this lack of understanding and this lack of data that is available about our human body itself is the primary reason for any of these delays that we see in the market, to take a drug to the market. And that is where the newer technologies can help. And here, when I talk about it, we have to be very honest. We have to say that AI will accelerate drug discovery and really not revolutionizing it, in the sense that given disease, finding out a drug next day is not something that AI is going to promise, but this is something that is going to advance or accelerate drug discovery at a great level. So using our proprietary algorithms, our key business model is to discover molecules, patent it, and license these high-value molecules to potential partners who can take it to the clinic while we remain a preclinical drug discovery company. So within this broad scope as to what we do, so we do not do the first two parts that is out here, that is disease hypothesis and target identification. That is something that we rely on the literature surveys and internal expertise to figure out what is the best, what is a good unmet need to go behind, how do we solve it, and what are the real targets to go behind. And based on that, and of course, as I said, we are a discovery company. This is not something that we get from an external pharma company or something. So this is a target that we go behind based on an unmet need. Do the early hit identification, optimization, preclinical development. So to say, it is like a molecule doesn't become a drug unless it has all the relevant properties. Does it reach the right place at the right time in the right quantity? Basically, all your ADME properties, and having the right efficacy. So all these are things that we predict using our models and then license it out. So, and then test it in the relevant model and then license it out. We are what we call as a equivalent of the fabless semiconductor world. We are a labless drug discovery company in the true sense. So we have biologists, chemists, AI, all of us together. We have a total strength of 8 strong people, and probably we'll be about 12 in the next coming year. And what we do is the real thinking part of it, the in silico part of it, and use the CRO, the ecosystem, basically the Syngenes, the Anthems, the Sai life sciences across the world to do all the work. So in essence, we get all the speed and the scale and to be able to work on multiple programs by leveraging this ecosystem. And to give you a gist of like what we actually do. So you all are like kind of very happy using Geminis and the chat GPTs of the world, and you all understand what LLMs are, and or it is all about predicting the next word or writing nice poetry and so on. So how do we write poetry in drug discovery? So that is what we are doing. So in essence, we learned from the chemical space. So we built a novel chemical language and learned from it. And with that, we are able to use that language to not only just predict properties of the chemistry, but also use generative AI to come up with the novel poetry, basically the novel chemical entities, and also the target affinity predictions at a course level. Using all these things, we also do what we call as a hybrid approach to drug discovery. Use AI as well as use all the computational tools, and have the human in the loop to basically sanitize this process to get into very, very minimal number of lab tests that need to be done. So in effect, we only do about 100 molecules in an iteration and learn from it, and probably a couple of iterations, we have some molecules that are worthy of going for the next level of tests, including animal studies. So in that sense, we are quite nimble and quite fast in the programs that we run. And with this, we get a lot of novelty, time, and I think a lot of the previous speaker also alluded to it. It takes about 4 years and more than 600 million to get to this first preclinical phase. We kind of like cut down the time by half, and the cost, of course, phenomenally lower, because we have just reduced the number of tests, reduced the number of people, reduced the number of iterations that need to be done. And to this audience, of course, everybody understands novel chemical entities, repurposed drugs, opportunities and all, we also do work on rescue opportunities, which means a molecule that has gone through phase 1, phase 2, but not made it to the clinic. If there are molecules like that that can get a new lease of life, basically a novel indication and a life cycle management for it, we are up game for it in terms of trying to find a novel target for a given molecule, which is a very complex problem compared to finding a molecule for a target. So we have a strong pipeline across all the therapeutic areas, and so there is one molecule that is out there that we have talked about, the orphan drug designation. Other than that, we have molecules across the space. And of course, this is our ecosystem working across with the globe, with a global ecosystem to do what we do well. And what do we expect from the ecosystem? I think there was a very good mention about the honest the honest woodcutter and the axes and so on. And of course, what was the best part about the story? He didn't complete the story. So that was the infrastructure and the other things that the woodcutter wanted. So that was what was given to him. And so was a lot of, the God gave him back the gold and the silver also along with it. Yeah. And that is the funding and the licensing opportunities that we are expecting from this forum. So, and we are here to basically leverage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peptris Technologies. I think we are really liking the positive approach that we are getting from these startups. So any questions that we have for Peptris, Molecule AI or Genoscope Private Limited before we move ahead to the next set of startups? We can quickly have a quick Q&A round. Any questions that any of you may have? AV team, can we have another mic, please? Yep.
No, I would like to know what is the price of the test that you gave a turnaround time, and how many patients have you already done?
Which organization is this question for? Genoscope, okay.
We have tested 553 individuals so far, and we are already in a 1500 trial with the CDSCO to kind of finish it. The cost right now is 40,000 rupees a test. We are looking at going down in 18 months.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Hello,
Any further questions? I think I can hear some gentlemen. Yes, sir. Which organization is the question
second
for?
one, the Peptris.
Peptris, okay, third one.
Yeah. So I was keen to understand how do you use the basic concept of DeepMind is to really find out the target tissue or target organ and molecule match in terms of the 3D dimension of the protein. So how related it is, or is it that you also make use of DeepMind in the development of the drug candidate?
Okay, good question. And yeah, so when it comes to discovery per se, like typically there is what we call as ligand-based discovery as well as structure-based discovery. And most of the discovery currently is a hybrid of both of these things. It's not like we're using one mechanism or the other. So things like AlphaFold or something forms a very good starting point for us. So this is where we get the protein structures when it is not really characterized using any crystallography or anything. And so from that point, actually finding a molecule given a protein structure is also a very complex problem, because both the protein and the molecule have multiple conformations and so on. So a lot of work happens there. Yes, we use a lot of the state-of-the-art tools as is to feed into our algorithms, to learn from it, and also to work on top of it. So it's like standing on the shoulders of the giants to see more and to work more. That's what we do.
Thank you so much. Any further questions that we have?
I have a question to Genoscope actually. Do you have any facilities that you have presented in the slides facilitate for the customer to the state government or central government hospitals as well actually?
So we have 2 government hospitals right now, and in the next batch of centers.
Which hospital? AIMS or something like?
Yes, AIMS Raipur and NRS Kolkata.
NRS Kolkata. And AIMS New Delhi, do you have the collaboration?
Not yet. We wish to have it one day. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we'll now move on to the next startup presentation, and let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome on the stage ProCyto Labs. Can we have their slides, please? Hearty welcome. Over to you, and you can start off with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So it's my first presentation where I'm not pitching for any investment. And basically, I come from Odisha, which is a little less known state in terms of biotechnology sector. So I moved from US 15 years ago. I was working at MD Anderson Cancer Center. It was a very good institution in US. I was very happy. So my husband got a very good job opportunity in Bhubaneswar Institute of Life Sciences. So when I moved there, I thought we will move to some other place because I will not find a good opportunity there because there is no pharma or biotech sector in Odisha. So, but luckily it was his hometown. I belong to a small town in UP near to Delhi. So I wasn't very happy, over there. So after moving a couple of jobs in academics, I went to Novartis Hyderabad. But I thought it's not a good decision to come back from US and, both of us stay away from the family. So I moved back to Odisha. My co-founder is here. So I used to discuss with him, and that's how I thought, no, I will create jobs here. So that was the foundation of ProCyto Labs. And my vision is that I wanted to do breakthroughs, and I wanted to create a company like Biocon in Odisha. That's my vision. And so basically our focus was always on innovation in healthcare. So when we started, we are incubated kit TBI. It was COVID, so we started with a LAMP diagnostic kit, which is going to go in the market by the year end. So it's a kit which we have developed for sepsis, where we can reduce the time of pathogen identification from 3 days to 1 hour. And so it is giving us very good result. So this is a kit which we have not patented. It is a IVD kit. But I'm going to talk about a very promising innovation in my company, which we have patented it as an allergen blocker eye gel. And I'm not an ophthalmologist, not from any ophthalmology background. So when I moved, my daughter used to suffer from very chronic eye allergy. She was being treated at LV Prasad Eye Hospital. So a lot of multiple eye drops we used to give to her. So nothing was working on her. So it was COVID, not much was going on. So one day I asked a treating doctor that, why can't we block the allergens, which is causing all these allergies, symptoms, and inflammation? So he supported it. So I thought, I started researching what molecule we can use in eye that can block the allergens. So with that, with that research, it started. So during COVID, 1 to 2 years, I researched a lot. So we were able to select molecules which were ophthalmic polymers, US FDA approved. I did a lot of research. So the disease I'm talking is viral keratoconjunctivitis. So for a lot of people, it might be rare, but it is not as rare. It is quite prevalent in hot and humid areas. So the problem is that current therapies are not effective in complete symptom relief. Generally, it affects children from 4 to 18 years of age. Sometimes it can be seasonal or perennial, or it can be lifelong. So the problem was it required multiple doses, 6 to 7 times a day. In chronic cases, you need steroid eye drops, and current eye drops also come with preservatives, which further damages the epithelium. The cycle of allergens coming into the eye, causing inflammation, antihistamines, giving temporary relief. So this is the prevalence. I will not talk. So this is our USP of our allergen blocker gel is made from US FDA approved ophthalmic polymers, and these are in situ gels. Basically, what they do is in presence of iron or temperature, they convert into a gel. So when you apply this solution, it converts into a gel in presence of tears, and it blocks the allergens. So this project was funded by Government of India, big scheme, and we patented 3 formulations. We have 3 formulations now, and for last 3 years I have been waiting for the funding for human trials, again from the Government of India. The funding is approved but not yet come. But yes, in the meantime, we have filed PCT. So one of the Italian ophthalmic company. So we also have a ophthalmologist from Italy who has been supporting this concept. So somehow an Italian ophthalmic company, a big company called Pharma approached us. Our patent was not granted yet, and they wanted to license it. So we have licensed it to them for Europe, because I was not getting any funding to take trials further. So it comes under a medical device because it is drug and preservative free. These are the polymers which will simply block the allergens, just like we use the sunblock. And also it has a potential to be used in dry eyes and also as drug delivery platform in ophthalmic sector. So as I mentioned, the existing drops are only treating the symptoms, and they are not completely effective all the time. And they need multiple installation, which is not possible in small children all the time. So far, we have completed, we have not done any clinical trial on that. We are still waiting for the trial. We have licensed the formulation. In animal studies, we could show that these, once we apply it to the mice allergic conjunctivitis model, the significant number of scratches, you can see the reduction, which means it is causing some relief in the, allergic symptoms. But yes, we need to try it in human first. And we have LV Prasad as official partner in this, and they have been supporting me in this innovation. And recently, we have also filed US and European patent on it. And we also received recently Seva Foundation from US. They have approached us to fund this innovation up to 2 CR. And I'm still waiting for a 50 lakhs direct funding from SIBRI. And this is the status of this innovation. We are still waiting for the clinical trial in India. And as I mentioned, it has been licensed to an Italian ophthalmic company. These are our ophthalmologists who have been supporting us from Italy, from LVPI. So this is a small video I'm going to show. Can we play it?
Chronic eye diseases if they come in contact with the eyes. To prevent potential harm to your eyes, it's important to take protective measures. Introducing our latest innovation in eye care, an in situ gel formulation designed to effectively prevent chronic eye allergies. When applied, this unique formulation transforms into a gel upon contact with tears, creating a protective barrier over the eye surface. Say goodbye to uncomfortable eye allergies and protect your eye health with our allergen blocker gel.
So yes, this is not that important now as of now. This is my small team. As I mentioned, we also work in diagnostic. We also make molecular biology research products for our own revenue. We have been selling in Odisha, trying to survive. We are still a bootstrap company, and yes, our innovation are looking promising, and we look forward for more partnership and collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neera. So ladies and gentlemen, that was ProCyto Labs. Any questions that you may have for her before we move on to the next speaker? Yes, sir? You can use the mic. You can use the mic on the...
Do you have any eye drops for cataract?
No, sir, it is not. We don't have. We just started with this, and it is already so difficult to take this very simple innovation, which is not even a drug. But I have an interest in ophthalmic, domain. So many eye issues are there. So we are trying to make it our company as an ophthalmic innovation focus. But so far there is no.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neera. Yes, sir?
Ma'am, I have a question.
You can please use the mic.
Hello. Yeah. Sorry. Ma'am, I have a question. You have prepared the formulation allergen block gel. So what kind of polymer you are taking? You are saying that you are taking a FDA approved product, right?
So these are in situ ophthalmic polymers which are already there in the literature. We have 3 formulations with different combination, and all are found safe and effective in preclinical studies. They are non-irritant. They could block the allergens. Yeah.
So can you please name the
I cannot
polymer?
name it because we have patented the formulation. Yeah.
So have you proceeded for the BA study in compared to the innovator which is already exists in the market?
Pardon?
You have performed the BA study in compared to the innovator in the market?
So this is not a drug. This is a chemical barrier. You apply it in the eye, it forms a tear and it comes off. So we don't have to do any bioavailability studies on that. Yeah. But safety and efficacy data is there. As I mentioned, it is not a drug. All are high molecular weight polymers. Just a mechanical effect. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just a quick announcement. We just got to know about 3 cars who are wrongly parked in the parking area. It's UP14GD1054. The second car is UP14GE2642. And the third car is HR87K7111. Just in case if you are here, if you could please align the cars in the parking, that would be really helpful. All right. So moving ahead, we would now like to invite Cerigen Medi Products Private Limited to please deliver their talk. Hearty welcome, ma'am. Can we have the slides, please? Not this slide. Cerigen Medi Products presentation, please.
So good morning, everyone. I would like to thank India Pharma 2026 to give this opportunity to present Cerigen over here. I, Dr. Nimisa Parekh, giving you the introduction of what is Cerigen. So our vision is very simple, to help the patient with faster and better recovery. Okay. So Cerigen basically is an innovation-driven company which basically leverage the material science behind the silk. So we utilizes the silk as a biomaterial to fabricate different platform which basically does the tissue regeneration. Okay, so in tissue regeneration, we just provide some kind of scaffolds fabricated where the cells come, adhere and grow and develop the new tissues. So by exploring the natural advantage of a silk protein, we basically fabricated 3 different kind of products. So first is why silk? So we all know that silk has an ancient medical history as silk has been used as sutures from 1880 itself. So it has been already proven. Over to it, silk protein provide us the flexibility so that we can just modulate its mechanical and chemical property like a hard tissue, like a bone, from the softest tissue like a cartilage or a skin. So this is the beauty of the silk, and this is the silk revolution. Okay, silk always work with the body but not against the body. So by using this silk as a protein, right now we have 3 products in our portfolio. Right, one is a Ceridum, which is an advanced wound care, and our roadmap, the product is right now available in the market. Second is a Cerios, which is a flagship product again for the Cerigen, which work for the orthopedics. And third is a Cerimet, where we are treating the breast reconstruction surgeries. So as I showed that 2 products are more prone, near to the one is at production level and another is ready to launch in the market in this financial year. So in my subsequent slide, I am just introducing 2 products like Cerios and Ceridum. So as we all know that any trauma, fracture or infection leads to the cavity formation inside the bone. Okay, so we have developed a patented material which name is a Serios, which can be used to fill this cavity over the here in the bone fractures, or whenever there is a gap created because of any trauma or any infections over here. So till date, if you know the orthopedic surgeon, in till date, autograft, which is patient's own bone, has been treated as a gold standard, but it has its own limitation, like 2 operations is needed, and another chance of this infections and all those things. And in that option, synthetic fillers are easy to use, but synthetic fillers also have that disadvantages, like its dissolution rate is not matched with the natural bone, as well as some compatibility issues are also associated with the synthetic bone. So to fill this gap, we have developed this Serios product, which is available in the different size, who has a right mechanical strength as like our cortical bone. So and here the dissolution rate is also matches with the new bone growth development rate, as well as the porosity which we maintain in this product also has a similar kind of a porosity which is our natural bone has. So by this product, we are giving the power to the person who is suffering from months and years, and we gave that it can be again walk and they can perform their normal functions. Okay, right now this product we have established a good comparative study in both pilot and pivotal trial against the global leading and prove its superiority with compared to Cronus, which is a globally used bone void filler in this thing. So right, moving, I have introduced about the orthopedic segment. Now I will introduce to the product which is Ceridum, which we are considerably selling from financial year 2024 to 2025. So in spite of many advancement in the wound care, there is still a need for this to control this epidemic of non-healing long-lasting wounds, and basically in diabetics. So if you know, the India is very much known for its high prevalence of diabetics, greater than 50 million cases of diabetes, and out of those cases mostly 30 to 40% are leads to the amputation. Okay, so we develop a non-adherent wound dressing completely by using the silk proteins only, which can help patients to close the wounds faster and in a better way. So the healing tissue of skin is also without this scar formation by using this advanced wound bandages. We have a variety of in these bandages, we have a antibacterial property also by giving its property addition of the silver sulfate. Okay, so we have a silver variant in these wound dressings. So we also have a patent already granted by the government of India for this formulation available. So this advanced wound dressing is not just like closing the wounds, okay, but in one of the study it saves amputations and it saves limbs of the patient, which can morally, physically and ethically is much more important for any people. So in India we have a ISO 13485 certified manufacturing facility where we are manufacturing this Ceridum. For Serios also, as I mentioned, that manufacturing facility for class D device is already ready. We have already done the CDSCO inspection. So just awaiting for the license for manufacturing of cells, so that in few months we are launching that product also in the market. So about this cell, I would like to say that till date we have 18 cities across the 8 states where we are selling this Ceridum, where includes reputed hospitals like Medanta, Fortis and some government hospitals, PGI and AIIMS also involved in that. And we have also raised the fund till date 35 CRs, and right now also we are open for a fund day series round for about 50 CR. So if you have like joined this Serigen journey, I would welcome for the further discussion for this thing. And this Serigen is backed up by a premier scientist who have a previous experience in medical sciences as well as successful transformations, also technology to these things. And we have a core team where Amit Gauri leading to the cells, who has a 20 years plus experience. Myself, Dr. Nimisha Parekh. I also have a PhD in silk and for functionality of bone tissue regeneration in that. Rucha Deshpande, who is leading R&D, and Sujata for CA. And yeah, we have like backed up of marquee of angel investors, as well as we have good partners, venture capitals to fund these things. And with this, I just would like to thank you with our plan that we would like to develop more our product portfolio. We would like to more develop our IP strength, as well as we want to enhance furnish our sales and marketing, not limited to the India, but across the globe. So we have also like applied for US, UK, multiple patents for this development. So yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and happy to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Serigen. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Use the mic. You'll have to on it. Yeah, please take a seat,
nice.
sir.
From silk sarees to silk surgicals.
Yes.
Yes. As a diabetologist, I'm very pleased that the Indians are innovative surgicals, and you've got a lot of hospitals. Is there any trials, because people may not accept you?
Yes,
and
yes.
there is a young lady from the FDA. Madam, I hope that you help us to get a patent so that wound loss could be, as it costs a lot of money. Yes.
Yes. So we have already done few trials with diabetic wound, and then we have a trial for this burn cases as well. Okay. So there were a 5 to 6 years old kid completely burn his hands and everything, and these bandages give completely resurgent these skins and as well, and more designed trials are also ongoing for this Ceridome.
Welcome to Chennai as well. Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you done any studies in cartilage regeneration?
As of now, no, but it is in a pipeline.
That's good. Yes, sir.
I have one question, ma'am.
Yes.
In one of the slides, you have mentioned about Serios.
Serios.
My question is, what research or testing has been conducted to support the effectiveness of Serios?
Okay. So we have a elaborated protocol to test the efficacy, safety, and all those things. So initially we have done a 10-patient trial for a safety development. Okay. And after that we have done the 80 patient across the globe, where 40 patients were recruited for this Serios, and 40 patients was a comparative arm where we used the Chronos. And by doing this study, we proved the superiority of Serios in terms of good bone tissue development.
Thank you.
Cost effective, how expensive?
We try to minimize the cost, but yes, the silk and its processing gives some cost, but with the best quality and the saving of life in terms of.
No more questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Serigen Mediproducts Private Limited for you. With that, we'll move on to our next and last startup showcase of the day, Zumator Biologics. Can we have the slides, please? Hearty welcome, sir. And with that, I would now hand over to you to start off with your talk.
Thank you, and my sincere appreciation for invitation for this presentation. My name is Malay Ghosh. I'm CSO of Zumator Biologics. Yeah, all the talks so far we heard on small molecules. Now we shift to monoclonal antibodies, the biotherapeutics, and the immense push that we see from Government of India to build something new in India. So my talk will be two parts. We build a platform and a product, and I will try to cover as much as possible in this short time. So let us first begin with if you develop a, yeah, I think I skipped one slide. We started our journey in 2013 with this hypothesis that we will build novel biologics in India. We were not interested in biosimilars because we're a bunch of scientists and thought that the best way to do something new is to build novel biologics. Now, novel biologics cannot happen just like that. We were fortunate to have VC funding very, very early in our journey, and that helped us to build our platform, and from there we build our product. Now, what is the platform? So, when you build a drug, you have to get it from something, correct? AI gives you some advantage. The development is happening mostly in the small molecule, and some advancement has happened in the larger molecules like antibodies, peptides, etc. But the biggest source of a drug is a library, correct? What we call, hundreds and millions of molecules from where you can identify your drug of interest, and that is what we have built. So it's a physical drug library having, hundreds of millions of sequences, and all of them are from human origin. So essentially, monoclonal antibody, if it is coming from human sequences, you have tremendous advantage because you are not changing the sequence, which is a foreign molecule when it is given as a drug, correct? So we harnessed that power of our library, and we call it Enabler. It's pronounced as Enabler, but has India and Bangalore in its name. So we build this library first, and from there we build our molecule. Now, what is an antibody molecule? If you look at the left-hand side of my screen, you can see it's this nice Y-shaped stuff, and the business end is the two arm, which we call the CDRs, and they are tremendously variable in nature. In our body, there are, because of our unique biology, we have a large number of unique sequences. So what we built, we not only harvested these genes from human body, but also built a unique system to scan them. So if you think of a big book library will have millions of books. But you have to have a system to identify which book you want, correct? That's where the technology lies, and that's what we have done in this library, and we have very, very successfully integrated phage, bacteria, yeast, combined them together, and finally build the molecule of our choice. And we applied global patents. All of them are granted now, and we believe that this is a platform which can be used universally, not only by us to develop our molecule, but we are actively looking at collaborations with pharma, with smaller biotechs, whoever is interested in developing new drugs. How did we, how can we utilize this, correct? So you have to, you can make any claim that you want, but you have to show the proof. So the proof is we built a molecule from this library, and which is now in clinical trial. This is our first molecule which entered clinical trial in 2024, have dosed so far 24 patients. We haven't seen the original hypothesis was immunogenicity will be less in these molecules because they are originally from human sequences. And we haven't seen any severe adverse reaction in our patients so far. And we dosed close to 24 patients. Some of the patients had given dosing for almost 9 months, and these are all stage 4 patients, correct? In phase 1 clinical trial, they are very, very severely sick patients. It gives us a very strong footing in novelty, in IP, and also building something here and then taking it to the global market. So I'll just give you what we are looking at. We are looking at a very specific area of immuno-oncology known as NK checkpoint immuno-oncology. As you know, our immune system protects us from cancer, correct? And it is very, very well proven, and there are billion-dollar drugs which are in the market, Keytruda, Opdivo, and all of that, correct? So we focus on a particular type of immune cell known as NK cell, natural killer cells. So these cells are like sentries. They're in our body everywhere, and whenever they find a threat, like a tumor cell, they identify that and kind of remove that or activate that with our immune system. So those of you haven't seen an immune cell and a tumor cell, this nice pink cell is an NK cell, and this ugly looking yellow cell is a tumor cell, correct? Although they look smaller, they are highly potential, they identify the threat and then they kill it. And essentially the drug works in a very simple fashion. When this immune cell and tumor cell essentially interacts, the tumor cell kind of fools our immune system. So immune system cannot understand that this is a threat, so it grows. The drug breaks that interaction and then make the immune cell activated, and then it goes into a tumor killing mode. And there is a huge market not only for immuno-oncology, but also NK-mediated immuno-oncology. There are a lot of noise you will hear these days about NK CAR and so on and so forth. So when we started NK immunology, there were hardly 1 or 2 global companies who are pursuing this area. So we are quite early in the game. Zumutar has 3 products in our pipeline. All 3 are in the same domain, activation of NK cell to anti-tumor function. The first one, ZM008, is our lead candidate. It's in clinic, and I'll tell you some of the clinical observations that we have seen so far. We have carried out, so this is a novel pathway, novel molecule. So as a company, we had to build everything from scratch. So we did a huge amount of mode of action work, the basic research, identified the critical monitoring of whether the molecule is working or not, the anti-tumor function. So essentially, if you look at here, these 2 molecules actually interact, LLT1 on the surface of tumor and CD161 on the surface of immune cell. So when they interact, the immune cell cannot function. You break that interaction, the tumor dies. We have completed a series of activities. As I said, everything was done here at Bangalore in my laboratory, and the phase 1 trial is ongoing. We are now got an approval in this January from US FDA to start a combination trial with an anti-PD-1 drug, toripalimab. Good news, last month we got the India patent, granted patent. We had US patent, Japanese patent, New Zealand patent already granted, and there are a few other countries on the way. This is the next one is our US FDA grant in 2023, and right now the early phase 1 data suggests in RCC, renal cell carcinoma, clear cell renal cell carcinoma, we have recruited 3 patients. All of 3 of them are stage 4, treated with pembrolizumab, which is Keytruda, axitinib, which is the state SOC, standard of care. These patients at stage 4 metastatic, multiple treatment, when they came into our trial, they have stabilized disease. One of these patients has gone up to 9.5 months. So it's not one-off case. In three cases of renal cancer, all 3 cases we have seen. So now what is our goal is to complete the monotherapy as soon as possible. In the probably next couple of months, we will complete the monotherapy. And this is some of the data that we have generated. We can talk about that later. Some of the data with early data where it shows that how the tumor cells getting killed. The red cells are the immune cells. The blue cells are dead tumor cells. We have seen a severe reduction of tumor in animal model, and also we have run a set of experiments. Sorry about that. I'll just take one more minute. Set of experiment on human biopsy tissue. So this is the data coming out from NSCLC biopsy tissue. So we took the biopsy, created the tumoroids, added our drug in combination with pembrolizumab as well. And head-to-head comparison, both drugs actually resolve the I have to go to the next slide, if you may allow me.
AV team, can we move to the next slide, please?
Yeah. So this is what we are planning to do. The anti-PD-1 combination arm is starting this month, dosing starting. The 2 monotherapy and combination therapy expansion cohort will start in India. This molecule is coming back to India for India trial. Recruiting RCC for sure. We are yet to identify the second or third cohorts. And this will be an interesting position where Indian Pharma, we want to collaborate with Indian Pharma so that this molecule can reach to a broader section of patients. This is essentially an overview. The team, me, Kavita is our CEO, and Anirban, 3 of us are the founding team members, working on this program for quite some time. We have a very esteemed set of people who advises us, including Professor Vijay Kuchru, Professor Raghavan Varadarajan at ISC. And it was a tough journey. These guys are really something who cracked this problem. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malay. Any questions that we may have for Dr. Malay?
Not a question, but just compliments. I was very pleased to have a look at your entry in detail, and very, very proud to see your journey.
Thank you so much, sir.
Do let us know if you have a sense of your lead candidate. By when do you expect the phase 1 outcomes to come through? But other than that, really inspiring to see novel, original drug discovery happening out of India. It's fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll catch up with you and give you the updates.
Any further questions that we may have?
One question.
For that particular molecule, which is an anti-LLT1 antibody, there is no other molecule in the global stage. This is the first one entered clinic, and that's why we got our IPs pretty well. I mean, within 1.5 years, we got our US IP, and in 4 years, Indian IP. It's amazing. Indian IP takes 5-7 years time. So it's a novel drug. Nobody else have this molecule on in clinical trial. There are a couple of academic folks who has built, who has worked on this pathway, etc. That's what the early information was, but none of them entered clinic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any further questions for any of our startups that you may have before we wrap up this session?
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask the Zomato that how they chose these 3 patients of renal cell carcinoma, just the stage 4?
Yeah, no, I mean not just stage 4. We have a very strict inclusion-exclusion criteria in a phase 1 trial. So one of the critical point in phase 1 trial that you have to cross the SOC. The standard of care has to be finished. Then only they can be recruited. Correct. And our goal is to treat patients with metastatic disease. Correct. Because if you look at renal cancer or any other cancer, there are 10 different solid tumors we are recruiting. All of them has the either the second or third line immunotherapy, all of them. So getting a patient naive to immune therapy is almost impossible. We do get some of them, but they are so aggressive disease, unimaginable lifespan that you can think of. For the renal cancer patients specifically, the 3 of them, all 3 of them had gone through pembrolizumab axitinib. 2 of them had gone through, additional experimental therapies. All of them had metastatic cancers, multiple organs. The cancer, when they came to us, when our drug started dosing, the tumors are pretty large by that time. Some of them, of course, liver was affected, lung was affected, multi-organ metastasis essentially. So as a company, we actually do not get the chance to select a particular patient. The physicians decide whether they will be able to take a new drug or not, whether all of the options are exhausted, then only these patients come into trials like ours.
Thank you.
That's all? Okay. Thank you so much.
So as a physician, I'm delighted because the biotechnology is blooming in our clinics. In India, that so many universities offer biotechnology degrees, all of them find it very difficult to get the job. I hope that you will nurture all our biotechnology so that one day FICCI, with the help of FICCI, India will flood like our generics like biologicals as well. Right.
Thank you. We try our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malay. All right, so I think there are no further questions, and I can see how interesting these startup showcases were. So let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. And there has been our screening jury who has been right behind them, always supporting them. So I would like to acknowledge their presence as well before we move further. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of our screening jury, the entire panel behind the evaluation. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Asdar Khan, Sun Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, Zydus Life Sciences, Ms. Shilpa Gupta, Eli Lilly and Company, Mr. Vipul Gupta, Cipla, and Mr. Sharad Goswami, Pfizer Limited, to please join us near the stage area. And I would request our eminent jury panel to please felicitate our startup showcases. We also had Mr. Ishtiaq Ahmed from Abbott India and Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma from Zydus, but unfortunately due to personal commitments they are unable to join us here today. We shall be starting off the felicitation, and I would request our dignitaries, our screening panel, to please do the honor. We shall be starting off with Genoscope Private Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause. Very insightful presentation. Can we have the memento, please? Next up, we have Molecule AI. Let's have a huge round of applause for Molecule AI. Fantastic job. And a very thoughtful yet precise talk delivered by Somraj. Many congratulations. Up next, Peptris Technologies Private Limited. Let's keep boosting their morale. Thank you. Next up, we have Procyto Labs, Dr. Neera Singh. Thank you, sir. Many congratulations to Procyto Labs. Next up, we would like to invite Serigen Mary Products Private Limited. Many congratulations. Let's have a huge round of applause. Indeed, a fantastic presentation. You can come in the center. Many congratulations. Next up, we have Zumutor Biologics, Dr. Malay Ghosh. Let's have a huge round of applause. Indeed, a fantastic study that we just witnessed. And with that, I would now like to invite all the startup showcase stalwarts to please join us at the center for a group photograph with our jury members. Please carry your mementos along with you. Some of you can stand this side and some of you can come that side. It's lovely to see all the startup showcase stalwarts, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a huge round of applause for the next wave of innovation and creativity that they are bringing into our country, which is definitely meant to be recognized. On the stage, you can see Genoscope Private Limited, Molecule AI, Peptris Technologies Private Limited, ProCyto Labs, Serigen Medi Products Private Limited, and Zumutor Biologics. And of course, we would like to thank our jury, the screening jury, Cipla, Zydus, Sun Pharma, Eli Lilly, Abbott, and Pfizer, for always being there with your continued leadership and guidance. Thank you so much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close off the Startup Showcase session, and we shall be moving ahead with the next session, which is Plenary Session 1, Policy Thrust for Catalyzing Innovation, in a few minutes from now. All right, I would request all of you to please remain seated as we are about to start with the Plenary Session 1 centered around Policy Thrust for Catalyzing Innovation. This is going to be a Johnson & Johnson session. I would request all of you to please remain seated as we shall be starting off with this session in a few minutes from now.
Please have your mobile phones put on silent.
All right, everybody, we shall now be getting started with the much awaited session. This is going to be the plenary session 1 titled Policy Thrust for Catalyzing Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that India aims to become a global leader in life sciences, healthcare and advanced manufacturing through a forward-looking policy ecosystem that drives scaled innovation. This session would explore targeted policies like fiscal incentives, regulatory agility, skill development, and industry academia government collaboration to shift India from a cost hub to an innovation powerhouse aligning with Vikasit Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure, privilege, and honor to invite our panel members on the stage. May we please acknowledge the presence of Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. It's our absolute pleasure to have you as the panelist, sir. Dr. Rajiv Behel, Secretary, Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research. Dr. Taslim Arif Syed, Director and Chief Executive Officer, Center of Cellular and Molecular Platforms. Mr. Arjun Juneja, Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and COO, Mankind Pharma Limited. Mr. Karthik Rajendran, Co-Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and Managing Director, ABOT India. Mr. Amitabh Dubey, Country President and Managing Director, Novartis. Mr. George Patani, Director, Inga Pharmaceuticals and Senior Vice President, Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome our panel members on the stage. Unfortunately, our session chair, Professor Dr. V.K. Paul, is unable to join us due to some personal medical emergency, but sir has sent his best wishes for all of us. And with that, I would now request and invite our moderator, Mr. Anirudh Roy Popley, Partner McKinsey. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome our moderator on the stage. Hearty welcome, sir. And without further ado, I would now hand over to our moderator to please start with the proceedings of the much awaited session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. You can hear me okay, right? Perfect. Well, I couldn't have asked for a better panel here for this discussion. And it is a very exciting and pertinent topic for us to discuss, right? Some of us were having this conversation on the sidelines. If you look at global pharma market, which is about 1.5 trillion US dollars, about 80% of that is innovative assets, right, or innovative products. And India's share in that segment is almost negligible. Versus if you compare that with generics, we are 20-30% of the global market, right, but in a much smaller pool. So the discussion today for us is how do we move up the value chain, up the R&D activities and play in this innovative value pool. So that's a little bit of the theme. I would actually like to start with the first question, and if I may request Mr. Joshi and Mr. Dr. Bell to kind of give a little bit of the opening perspective. Healthcare and pharma is a big priority for the government. We know that there are a lot of interventions that have been made over the last 10 years, 5 years. We are seeing the PRIP scheme and now the Biopharma Shakti scheme coming up. What are some of the big moves being made by the government, and what do you see the near future hold from your perspective? We have a bit of a pehle aap moment.
It's okay. Okay, I'll start and then DOP Secretary can add. As you rightly said, the government is very positive and very committed to increase innovation, and particularly in the health sector, in pharma, medtech, all of these sectors. And you mentioned two things, Biopharma Shakti, that is the latest one. I'm sure DOP Secretary Ji will talk about that, the PRIP scheme also. But let me talk a little bit about the others. The Anusandhan National Research Foundation has made several investments. There is a Maha MedTech mission that has been launched between ANRF, Gates Foundation and the Indian Council of Medical Research. There is the RDI funding, the 1 lakh crore that is to be made available as loans. But even as research grants, just to give you a brief on the Indian Council of Medical Research, 3 years ago, the budget of the Indian Council of Medical Research was only 1800 crores, of which less than half, let's say 900 crores, was spent on research funding. Today, voice is not coming? You can't hear me? Okay. All right. What I was saying is that the Indian Council of Medical Research, even 3 years ago, our research funding was somewhat 900 crores. In the coming year, this has increased to something like 3,000 crores. So there is a 3 times increase in the research budget of grants that ICMR is giving. And it's not only the Indian Council of Medical Research, there are all these other schemes, etc. So that is one side, research funding. The second side is capacity. Developing capacity, as you have seen in the Biopharma Shakti mission, we have from the ICMR perspective, clinical site development as a key, and regulatory improvement in our regulatory system and improving the capacity of our regulatory system as another big part of this. And the third part is improving processes so that we can have better academia, industry partnerships, etc. So in all, I would like to just say that the commitment of the government to R&D is at a very high level, and a lot of discussion and consultations are going on between the government and industry to be able to push forward some of this in the coming years. Thank you.
I think adding on to what Dr. Bahel has said, Department of Pharmaceutical also has a scheme called PRIP, and in Biopharma Shakti mission also we intend to support biologics research. So I think there is last many years, a lot of funding has been provided by BIRAC across. I think the maximum contribution has been by BIRAC to whoever asks for money. So you can go around in India and find anyone who is doing a research has taken BIRAC funding. But I think those startups, once they spend that BIRAC funding, after that they face another problem in doing further research. Large companies, I think for the first time under PRIP, we are providing funding for them for both discovery and clinical trials. So there is enough funding available now from the government side, though I think one must say from the time one complaint which one hears from industries, by the time you apply and you get funding, there is a lot of gap for a year or two, or by the time we announce a scheme and by the time funding reaches, there is an even longer gap. So we need to address that. We need to make a government system much faster, where we provide approval for the funding. Similarly, I think we have not done some hand-holding job for the startups. I think I went to CMART and CCamp and saw in Bangalore they are doing a very good job in hand-holding. But the research startups require a lot of hand-holding. And our governmental lab system and innovation labs probably need to do better in providing hand-holding support to them, and we need to improve particularly on the biological side, the hand-holding system which we have, and the funding we need to improve also on the venture capital funding industry. It's a very small industry in India, investing in even the small molecules, and even smaller is for the large molecules or biologics. I think the idea under Biopharma mission is that we support venture funding industry, do co-funding or whatever they support, one rupee, we equally invest in that, a rupee for rupee, or so that is one area. I think the second area for innovation system in India, what is lacking is, when I talk to startups, is they don't have private capacities in India where you want to order some material to be manufactured for clinical trials or for regulatory approvals. Those GMP approved facilities are not there. Similarly, the labs are not there where you get things tested which are acceptable to regulators around the world. So those are missing. So we, in the Biopharma mission, we intend to support the infrastructure facilities, and a slightly different approach we would like to take from what has been earlier is that we would like these capacities to come up in the private sector. We would fund it, but we would like private sector to run these labs and pilot plants for manufacturing. There are CDMOs of the world and the similar placed agencies. We would like them to take our funding, say we provide 80% funding, they bring in 20% funding, and they operate it on commercial lines so that more such facilities are available to startups. Now, then the question would come that they would charge market rates for those facilities. One really doesn't know how to make them much cheaper for the startups. Really, we can provide funding to the startups so that they can buy those facilities. But yeah, infrastructure area is lacking for startups in the country. Similarly, I saw in C-Camp, government labs do provide a lot of support to startups. I think more and more government lab network we need to open up for the startups and provide incentive system for the government labs or government research institutions to work with the startups or with the private industry. I think we have kept the two words have been moving in parallel, not really collaborating with each other. I think we need to collaborate far more between industry and academia and the government research labs. That would be essential because the government research labs have done wonderful job in providing manpower to industry. All our PhDs and postdocs have come from government labs. That's a wonderful, I think that standalone, that contribution itself is great, but we need to move forward from that. So yeah, research is an area for very high priority for government. Hope industry provides equally high priority to research. They have been investing far less because I think as I hear from Indian industries that Indian market, equity market investors look down at companies investing in R&D. Unless they are very successful in the first year, which never happens, you go ups and downs. So the companies say that the investor response to R&D spend is not very, very positive. I think with the government grant to large industry, to also for clinical trial stage, probably we would fill that gap so that the market doesn't look at it so negatively, and companies do invest far more than what they are doing at present.
Thank you, sir. I think the mics continue to cause us problems. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think the intent and action both are very clear. Now I want to turn the table, and maybe this question is for you, Arjun, and then Taslim Arif, to you. What are some of the early signs that you're seeing in terms of how easy it is becoming to drive research or discovery out of India? And if not discovery, development out of India? So maybe Arjun first and then Taslim Arif to you.
Thanks, Arun. So I feel that, in terms of research and development, I think lots have changed in the last 10 years. Indian companies have started thinking about research. And as Sir mentioned that, investors look down upon in companies investing into research. I think that used to be the case till about few years back. And I think the situation is changing now and is in the process of changing, because we as industry are the people who teach the investors, and I think if we start teaching the investors that India's time has come now to start investing into research, then I think the investors would understand, because we can't keep playing the generic story that we as an industry have been playing since last many, many years, which is fading away now. And if we as an industry don't invest into research and innovative medicines, I think we are looking at ourselves that there will be a sunset of Indian pharmaceutical industry in few years from now. So if we as an industry wish to survive over a long period of time, and not just survive, make India a big name in terms of research and innovation, I think we need to start now, and a lot of us have started. I think there are a few challenges which we still face. I think one of the biggest challenge is with respect to clinical trials. I mean, if I take example of Mankind per se, that we've been running various research programs in the last 4 or 5 years, but the biggest talent that I fail to find in India is someone who can lead the clinical development programs. I think that talent is not easily available in India, and most of the Indians who have expertise in this area are sitting abroad in the US or in the Europe. And if we wish to run global clinical trials, I think that is the talent which we need to bring back to India. And again, like how we were discussing in the previous meeting, taking cues from China. I mean, most of the researchers in China who are doing research or innovating in China are those scientists who were sitting in the US or in the Europe and are now back in China. So I think that is one of the biggest struggle in terms of research. But I can assure that over the next few years, you're going to see many molecules coming from India, because India mein kahavat hai na, hamare, we entrepreneurs run the country, and if we put our mind to something, we can definitely achieve it. And obviously, yes, there is government support with us now, and not now. I think it started. The major shift started during COVID, and I think we are walking hand in hand with the government. And I can promise you, sir, that you'll see many things going forward.
Thank you, Anirudh. And hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks. I think that the question presented is definitely a big picture view in terms of what's happening. Let me try to add from the ground perspective how things are happening. So possibly, taking from what Dr. Bahel and Mr. Joshi has already brought in. I think from the ground up at CCamp and many other organizations, I see exciting efforts happening which are really honest, really global view, and competing to be really not necessarily one of the many, but something, on the top. And there are efforts which are happening in, if I may just quickly say a few names, happening in broad spectrum antibiotic work that's happening like BugWorks, or if you take some of the work that, Genova is doing, Dr. Sanjay Singh is here, or if you talk about iStem, which is for stem cell work that is happening for vision disorders, these are one of the globally best efforts which are happening right here. At the early stage discovery component, at the young companies, of course the industry is doing its bit, but I think young companies are doing it. And I take a lot of heart out of it, because while the stories are not really the headlines today, because of the gestation that has happened, we have actually kind of brought the early seeding a few years back. And I don't know exact number, but a few years back which has happened. And I'm very, very optimistic, honestly, individually, that once these assets go out and weather the changes and the typhoons of the world in terms of the regulatory, I think once each time they come out, it will be a major effort for us, which will have a feedback mechanism which will go there. Now, if I just say what is more to be done, and of course much to be done in addition to what's there, I think a backward integration of this effort and the forward integration of that effort is required. If I may just spell it out very clearly. The backward integration is that we possibly have already taken a lot of cream out of the young drug discovery ideas, and we need much more of it. We need to pull a lot more from academia. And academia has been the global strength of new ideas, and which we all know about. But there is some level of movement that is much required, and we need to have dedicated schemes, capabilities, so the amazing young discovery level ideas are taken up and taken forward. And that is a backward integration, sir just mentioned, from the academic world, the national labs which are already heavily invested. How do we do a pathway which actually has an accountability to take it forward? Not everything, but something has to happen. Otherwise, we'll be stuck with the cream only, and the rest of the vessel is actually going to go off. So that is one backward integration that is required. The forward integration, I'll do better, ma'am. Thank you. The forward integration is required. Now, these assets do have a challenge, and something you heard already, but if I just put it out, the challenge is in the scale-up capability, access to high-end infrastructure. They cannot go around and get access or build something that is only required for them. While they still do not, they would rather put their efforts on the technology development and so on. So we need national facilities which are high quality, run professionally, just like Joshi sir just mentioned, which are available to them when they want it. They use it and come back. They use it and come back rather than trying to establish that. They also need support, like I think I don't want to go into regulatory space because that's a huge thing. But also, I think one thing we should possibly consider, can we have more investigator-led trials done outside the regulatory pathways? That is happening around the world, and geographies that we know who are doing well in last 5 years have a very strong investigator-led pathways. If those could be also assets. So there are many components as a forward integration need to happen, some in the backward integration, and those can actually help us to go forward. Just to summarize, I remain very, very optimistic. My one wish would be that the gems which are right now in the middle, I think we need to take care of them. We can't let them fall off. If they fall off the cliff, there's a lot of hard work has gone to get them to this level. I don't think we should let them. There has to be an effort to identify top 25 gems of India in the drug discovery and handhold with very cushioned gloves so that we don't give bad message saying that they fell off just because of lack of thing. I think that's required, and that's my wish, that if we can collectively as a industry, academia, and government can actually do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess the positive sentiment is only getting built further. I want to take this moment to also recognize that if you look at some of the emerging hubs in the country, right, whether it is the Bangalore Life Sciences Cluster or the Genome Valley in Hyderabad or in Ahmedabad and so on and so forth, these are all now starting to rank in global lists. They were not even existent in those lists till 5 years back or 7 years back. Now, if I look at some of the McKinsey research, what we have seen is the hubs become truly effective when 5 things come together. Funding, regulatory support, infrastructure, industry, and the industry academia collaboration or the talent. These 5 elements need to work together. In that context, now I want to go to some of our colleagues here. I want to maybe ask the question to Karthik first, and then to Amitabh. Now, when you look at it from your vantage point, and you've also seen other geographies, when they have embarked on this journey to be innovation capitals or innovation hubs, what are some of the systemic interventions they have made, and what could be some ideas or learnings for India? Maybe Karthik first, and then Amitabh to you.
Thanks, Anirudh. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all the panelists over here. So first, I think you've asked sort of 2 different questions, right? first question is, as you look at innovation hubs, what are some of the learnings from building those, and what are some of the learnings for sustaining those? And I'll sort of try and split these two. Number one, for building those, and I'll pick up on a point that Arjun made with a very practical example. We were here earlier in a conversation where we spoke a lot about what China has done over the last 10 years in innovation, particularly biotech innovation. And let's be honest, they've done a fairly decent job, right? Somebody else doing a great job doesn't mean that we can't do that. But I'll take a particular example. China's largest biotech company today is a company called BeiGene. Right? BeiGene was founded by a professor who actually came back from a US university back to China as part of a program called the 1,000 Talents Program. I'm not sure how many in this room are aware of this 1,000 Talents Program. But I think this is a point that Arjun mentioned, which is when we look at the fundamental of creating this ecosystem will be talent and people. If you look at biotech research over the last 30, 35 years, there have been actually 25 Nobel Prize winners in biotech research. All of those didn't come from India. And the start of this journey at some level has to be to see, can we actually create a systemic program where these biotech hubs become attractive for Indian talent with global experience to come back to India and build something out. And in no way am I saying that the people who are there, the startups who are today working, cannot build this out. But bringing back some of this talent will just fast track this process. We've seen this sector after sector. By the way, biotech is today where IT was 20 years ago. A lot of what was built in IT, and IT is one of our largest sectors, was also built with people who had experience across multiple markets. So from a building perspective for the future, can we actually think about what would make it attractive for global talent sitting in innovator companies who have a lot of experience of biotech research, come back to India and help build out this ecosystem in India? And some part of that is policy, some part of that is financial attractiveness. The second thing I'd like to say is now sustaining this, right? And sustaining this requires a few things. But more than anything else, sustaining this, and we've spoken or used this word hand-holding a lot today, right? I think what would really help is if we move from the concept of hand-holding as grants or subsidies to hand-holding as risk capital. And we had this conversation earlier, which is if we can free up the idea that external capital can come in at different stages of the investment ecosystem, which is basically post-preclinical, after phase 1, after phase 2, after phase 3, I think it will really unlock this ecosystem. Now, what will that take? I think there is one part which is it will take a lot more of visibility into what is actually being developed. Let's say even if you take CCAM, for example, right? But what is being developed in that it will take access to that a little bit more visibility towards what molecules are under investigation. Number two, it will take also a little bit on ensuring that access to capital has avenues which are not only private investment, but there is some public investment which goes in, sort of as de-risking. And number three, it's also very important for the researchers, especially the people who are involved in that research, to see some capital value either through a share of the patent rights to basically sustain that. Otherwise, to give you a simple example, let's say I'm a PhD postdoc sitting and doing research on an innovative molecule. I've got some funding or a grant through the PRIP scheme. I brought it through, let's say, preclinical and phase 1. Now, taking it forward, do I have a share of the patent rights or not? If I don't, what is the incentive for the person or the startup involved in that journey to take it forward? Number two, what is the incentive for the buyer? And I think some very interesting work is happening on the, even in the India, on the semiconductor side, on the defense side, which we can learn a lot from in terms of how to sustain some of these developments. Cool, that's it.
Thank you, Karthik. Amitabh, maybe over to you now.
Thank you, Anirudh, for the question. But before that, I just wanted to say thanks to DOP, FICCI, and IPA for having me on this panel. When you start looking at some of these high-intensity cities like Boston, Shanghai, Cambridge, Switzerland, there's some of the factors which come up. And the first one is the intent. And what I'm very happy to see is the government of India's intent when we constantly see the word innovate come out from them. And I want to thank the Secretary, sir, because since morning we have been hearing this, and that really is a music to our ears, that we are on the right path to innovate across the country. Second, we keep hearing the intent to move from volume to value. And that's a significant shift, which the India needs to take over the next couple of years. If we start looking at the innovation ecosystems, whether in US, Europe, China, a clear pattern emerges there. And that pattern is that innovation scales when multiple levers move in alignment and not through single independent policies. This alignment makes innovation investable, scalable, and also continuous. I want to compliment Indian government because we have had a lot of various initiatives. Look at National Biopharma Mission, BIRAC, that Secretary Sir talked about, PREP, recently announced Biopharma Shakti. We also have Anusandhan National Research Foundation, to name a few. The opportunity for us in India will lie when all of these integrate and scale their efforts to a coherent ecosystem that runs in parallel rather than individually. Let me briefly outline 4 conditions that various ecosystems have made it possible to innovate and successfully move forward. The first one has been the predictability, and that's the foundation. We had a lot of discussion in the earlier session about predictability. Innovation follows predictable trust and speed, not incentives alone. Leading markets, innovators can anticipate IP, regulatory, and access outcomes for 10 to 15 years in future. And that is why they are ready to invest in that innovation today. Take an example of Switzerland. It's a high cost, small scale, but leads globally in innovation. And that is because of a system design, talking about predictability, regulators' trust in science, translational excellence, and long-term public-private partnership. US, Europe also talks about predictability, whereas China's rise has been because of quickly shifting from innovation to make it more competitive, value-based, and with strong IP enforcement. India started moving on this journey. The real success on predictability will be how we can scale up these regulatory reforms and other things much faster. The second element is very clearly the regulatory pathway. We clearly believe that regulators should operate as enablers and not as gatekeepers. The speed of regulation today shapes where innovation happens. Globally competitive ecosystems have always got a fast-track mechanism, and they partner with innovations to get innovations faster across. China's National Medical Product Administration particularly has now started early engagement and synchronized global development have directly influenced trial and launch geography. India has shown that agility during the COVID-19, clearly fast-tracking approvals, ensuring that the products reach faster. What we need to do is have global harmonization, time-bound review clocks, early engagement for innovative therapies, regulatory specialization in advanced modalities, and a transparent, nationally linked digital system. The third factor, which is extremely important, and we talked a bit about it, it is clinical and translational infrastructure. When you talk about leading hubs like Shanghai, one of the clear elements there was that they were tightly linked with labs, hospitals, trial centers, manufacturing, clearly linking with universities, clinicians, startups, capital, global players through a dense, co-located ecosystem. We are creating that ecosystem in cities like Bangalore and Hyderabad. The important part would be how we can fast track that ecosystem and help to create better innovation outcomes. The major part would be to develop an ecosystem and policy to support it. To reach scale and consistency, India should organize this capability into nationally coordinated, globally credited trial centers. And we are very happy to see that in Biopharma Shakti mission, this has been set out that we'll have 1,000 trial centers and converge into 3 to 5 integrated life sciences clusters where innovation can grow faster. And the fourth clear element for us is to clearly look at access frameworks that recognize the value of innovation and advanced therapies. Access is not about choosing between affordability and innovation. It's about designing systems that deliver both. They deliver both on affordability as well as on innovation. Leading systems have moved beyond cost plus thinking. Europe has value and outcome-based models. China applied marriage entry and dynamic reimbursement, and US links insurance coverage to rapid adoption. India needs to upgrade itself. With Ayushman Bharat and expanding insurance architecture, it's important foundation that we get innovation and access designed in these programs. The next frontier would be to introduce innovation-ready pathways with managed entry and evidence-linked coverage so that affordability, outcomes, and innovation reinforce one another. Universal health coverage will not be sustainable without innovation, and innovations won't be sustainable without universal health coverage. Both needs to go hand in hand. Let me close by saying India has got talent. India has the manufacturing depth. It has a growing biotech base. It has the digital strength. What we need is clearly a disciplined design system, aligning regulations, clinical research, IP confidence, access pathway to global benchmarks. When confidence to invest, develop, and launch comes from system, not from exceptions, that is when India will truly emerge as an global innovation hub.
Thank you, Amitabh. Now I have my last question, and probably the trickiest of the lot. So maybe Dr. Bell, I'll start with you, and then if you have to leave, please do. So this question is for Dr. Bell, Mr. Joshi for you, and George for you. Clearly, we can't follow the US model or the China model. Our problems, our operating model, our operating environment are very different from them. What could be India's way of embarking and winning in this innovation journey? Can AI be the answer? Can it be something else? Dr. Bell, over to you. I know it's a tough one, but you're probably the best place to answer.
No, thank you. You are absolutely right that we will have to create a Bharat model. We cannot follow a China model or a US model of development of our own sector. And we have our own particular set of challenges and our own particular set of also our assets and talent in a different way. So my feeling on this is that we should not try to follow any set model, but try to experiment, try to innovate even within this process and see what brings more success and then work on it more and try to be a little agile rather than thinking there is only one way. For example, many people have said talent has to come back from United States. I disagree that that is the only model. Of course, if we can get talent back from US and Europe, it would be good. But do we say that there is no talent in India that can actually drive innovation? I don't think that is the right approach. In fact, most of the talent that will drive innovation will come from India. You think about ISRO. Where did we get ISRO scientists back from
other parts of this world? Why did we not do that? They don't even have IITs. They said that even INI engineers and scientists don't get to go to ISRO. And yet we have made tremendous progress. Intent, somebody talked about. But they followed their own model of doing this development, whichever way worked, howsoever, whatever we could learn from wherever, and then had that kind of grit that we will do it ourselves and we will get it done. And I'm not saying for once that it is not important to bring back talent, but it's not the only way to think about. The other thing I'd like to say is that where I find the one big thing, that one you said that one, what is the one big thing? I think for me, currently, if I have to say, it is the trust between academia and industry is very low. And which means that academia are a little distrustful of industry. They don't know what it is. We have been trained in a very socialistic model of, kind of trying to see everything from, even the government was like trained like that. Mr. Joshi is laughing because we used to think about industry as almost like a villain. But that has changed tremendously. And I think academia has to grow and get more trust in industry. Similarly, I would say that industry needs to trust Indian academia more than it does at this moment. We do not have that trust. In fact, even doctors, we have both Mr. Joshi and I have spoken, even if we innovate in India, a doctor would prefer to still buy the product from outside, even if it is 1/5 the cost. Because they will say, nahi, quality theek nahi hai. Even if the quality is excellent. So I think multiple fronts, but this trust, to me, that trust deficit has to be wiped off. And I think personally that government agencies can play a role in this, and that is what we are trying to do through our MedTech Mitra scheme, trying to bring the regulator close to the industry, trying to bring the academia closer to industry, trying to have technology transfers between our academia and industry to see that there is high quality of, even in India, there is some very high quality, innovations that can be taken forward. Thank you.
Maybe George, over to you. The question remains the tough one. What's the India playbook?
Yeah, so my opinion here, I would first like to agree with Dr. Bell saying that, yes, there has to be an India model. For the sake of repeating again, I think the India model is the IPL model, the Indian Pharmaceutical League. That's what it has to be. Now, why? Let me give you some examples. It's not that we don't have scientific talent in India. But if you look at some of the Indian pharma companies, they all went out of the country to get in some talent. There was an investment by, I'm taking names just to give you examples, but it's not really the point of giving names, but Cipla went in for an erythris, or a Lupin went in and acquired a Nanomi. Glenmark had success when they went back in 21 and acquired Iconos. So it's not that we don't have talent here. It's not that we are not developing PhDs, masters. This is excellent. But if I have a problem, do I have the faith? So here comes the trust issue. Yes, we have a trust issue with academia. So if I have a problem with, let's say, polymorphism, is there a center of excellence in India that I can go to and solve my problem? Equipment Government of India has very graciously given 100 crores to each of the NIPERs. We have fantastic CSIR labs. But if I have a problem with the polymorphism or the solid state, I'm giving you a simple problem. Do I have an expert in the country that I can go to? Why did all this large Indian pharma have to reach out when they looked at, newer technologies, biosimilars? Now, this is my argument that we need to have the IPL model. Let us bring in 4 top researchers into this center of excellence. We have already had center of excellence programs over the years. We've had TIFAC core programs. We built 26 centers of excellence. I have full faith in all these centers of excellence. I have been advising some of them as a reach monitoring committee. But today, has that center of excellence become an international center of excellence? Number one. Number two is, we assigned 100 crores to each of the NIPERs. Very gracious, that is good. But now, can we ask industry whether they are really reaching out to the NIPERs to use these equipment? Because apart from the equipment, we also need the manpower who can take us to understand science. A lot of you are here in science. As we sit on the bench, 1 + 1 is not 2. There is a lot that we have to really, read between the lines and really understand. Science is not straightforward, or else we wouldn't be spending 10 years to 20 years to discover a new molecule. So to me, the IPL model, you bring in 4 top researchers from across the world. They could be persons of Indian origin, they could be foreigners. Put them as a sabbatical for a period of 3 to 4 years at these centers of excellence. That includes an attractive pay, that includes good housing, and with them, our PhD students, our master students will learn as they go under their guidance. This is, to me, what is really going to transform a lot for us here. I already heard Mr. Juneja saying, very often we have to go out of the country. Here again, another example. Now, Karthik, you mentioned about the 1,000 talent search. This is what China did. So when you talk of global hubs, yes, Hyderabad. Why did Hyderabad become a research hub? Because we had a lot of chemists who were good in process chemistry. We have IICT doing phenomenally well. So you have institution, you have the ecosystem coming up by itself. So I think one thing we need to do, the Indian model is, we need to bring back talent, not just Indian talent, international talent. Why our students do so well up to the bachelor's level, and then all of them go abroad for their post-graduation studies. And they do phenomenally well, and they get into pharma companies across the globe, and they're the heads at these pharma companies. So what was that difference? The difference was not in the bachelor education. The difference happened in post-graduation. Now, what difference happened in post-graduation? When you do a post-graduation, you are trained to think. It's this problem-solving process that you go through. So I feel the Indian model has to be an IPL model. Let's bring researchers at cutting-edge research, bring them back, put them in centers of excellence, put them in hubs like Hyderabad. Let's build, I think there was a mention here again, let's build 3 to 5 more hubs, because only then our 100 molecule target we can achieve. And finally, of course, the problem with the Indian model, what is our metrics of measurement? Our metrics of measurement is publications. I think we must change this, not 5 years down the road. I think we must right now go to all the NIPERs and say, let me start with the low end. How many friends do you have in industry? How many industry experts do you invite in a month to your institute? Let's start there. Ask every professor, does he have 10 industry friends that he can call up and say, this is a problem I am having with my students. Can you talk to me about it? And finally, I'd like to close with, we at IDMA have had functions where we have had Dr. Yusuf Hamid and Dr. A.V. Ramarao. And we plan to have them both together because we know they're great friends. But it was funny, we had them in 2 consecutive functions. And both of them described exactly what Dr. Bahel said. Dr. Yusuf Hamid told us the story of where Dr. A.V. Ramarao came to him and first told him about the antiretrovirals. And then when we had the next function, we had Dr. A.V. Ramarao there, and he told us how Dr. Yusuf Hamid taught him business. This was a perfect example of trust that an academician and industry had on each other. And that is the result today that we have so many antiretrovirals from India. I think it's also, we must be proud that the Indian pharmacopoeia has the maximum number of antiretroviral monographs in a
I'm
monograph.
sorry to intervene. I've been just told I'll be barred from moderating because I've overshot already.
So that's
just
pretty
for
much.
my sake.
Yeah.
If
So,
I could.
so that was my last point on trust. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
and
so
thank
much.
you to
My
Ficky,
pleasure.
Department of Pharma and IPA.
I've just gotten the ultimatum saying I'm going to be barred now from going forward. I'll be given no moderation any further. But with that lighter note, Mr. Joshi, if you could just take 30 seconds and sum up your big takeaways and close the panel for us, that would be fantastic.
I think George was talking about a Pulela Gopichand model in funding industrial research and bringing foreigners in India. May not be a bad idea, actually. We have been trying to bring in foreign Indians back and put them into our system, which doesn't work, rather than creating a separate system for them. So, but yeah, India model has to be different, obviously. It would be probably far more industry-led, because industry has far more capacity in India, particularly in pharma sector. And I think even our regulatory model has to be different, considering probably more attuned towards European model rather than copying US FDA type of model. So I think a different model has to be there in India, be it regulatory side, be it research side, and be it our own experience of finding it difficult to work probably without a profit motive, without adequate incentives. And in our government-private model, adequate incentives probably are lacking. Either we introduce those incentives or probably rely on private sector's profit motive incentive to take it forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Panelists, thank you so much. As I said, I couldn't have asked for a better panel. Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, a thought-provoking panel that we just witnessed. I would now invite Mr. Achin Gupta, Co-Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and Managing Director and Global CEO, CIPLA, to please felicitate our esteemed panel members. Can we have the mementos, please? We will be starting off with Shri Manoj Joshi. Okay, let's take a group picture first. So please join. I now request Mr. Achin Gupta to please present the memento to Shri Manoj Joshi. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by to Dr. Rajiv Behel, to Dr. Taslim Arif Sayed, to Mr. Arjun Juneja, can we have the mementos, please? To Mr. Karthik Rajendran, to Mr. Amitabh Dubey, to Mr. George Patani, and last but not the least, to our eminent moderator, Mr. Anirudh Roy Popley, for the fantastic moderation. So on that note, I would like to thank all our panel members for a brilliant session that we just witnessed, and of course our moderator as well. So with that, we'll now break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you back again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is being served now, and we'll see you back again with the plenary session 2 at 3 p.m. sharp. We'll see you back again in half an hour, that is 3 p.m. sharp, for the next session. The next session is going to be another very, very interestingly curated session centered around enabling regulatory ecosystem to foster innovation, presented to you by FICCI, Department of Pharmaceuticals, IPA, and of course our session partner GSK. I would request all of you to please proceed towards the lunch area, and we'll see you back again at 3 p.m. sharp.
actionable reforms, adaptive approvals, evidence-driven policies, and stakeholder collaboration to enable advanced healthcare and support India's global ambitions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we shall be starting off with the plenary session 2, I would request all of you to please take your seats first. Requesting everyone to please settle down and take your seats so that we can start off with this session. May I please request everyone to please take your seats. We shall be getting started with the plenary session 2 now. All right, everybody, a humble request to all of you to please take your seats so that we can get started without delay. Hold it. All right, everybody, thank you. I request everyone to please keep your mobile phones on silent as we are about to start off with this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session is subjected around plenary session 2, enabling regulatory ecosystem to foster innovation. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege to invite our session chair, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drug Controller General of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our session chair. Hearty welcome, sir. I now take the honor to invite our esteemed panel members. May we please acknowledge the presence of Mr. Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, USFDA, Mr. Achin Gupta, Co-Chair, FICCI Pharma Committee and Managing Director and Global Chief Executive Officer, Cipla Limited, Dr. Sanjay Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Genova Biopharmaceuticals Limited, Mr. Bhushan Akshikar, Managing Director, GSK and President, Organization of Pharmaceuticals Producers of India, Ms. Meenal Gauri, Managing Director, Boehringer Ingelheim, India, Dr. Viranchi Shah, Managing Director, Saga Life Sciences Limited and National Spokesperson and immediate past National President, Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, Dr. Seema Pai, President, Indian Society of Clinical Research and Head, Pfizer India. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our panel members on the dais. I would now take the honor to invite our moderator, Ms. Rosa Petis, Partner and Global Lead, Innovation Regulatory, McKinsey. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Madam on the stage. Without further ado, I would now hand over to our moderator to please start with the proceedings of the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, welcome to the session. Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you even more to my esteemed panel for the day. In this context, maybe I hand over to our chair first for a few opening remarks for this session. Dr. Raghuvanshi, over to you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to post-lunch session. One of the toughest job as a chair I'll have to keep you all awake. So in between I can shout also. So please excuse me for that. So this panel discussion is actually around how do we promote innovation and of course expectation from regulatory in supporting that. I being the head of regulatory system in India, Since morning I have been punching bag, but I try to defend myself not only by words. I think for the last couple of years we have been also demonstrating the action also, and most of you would have seen, and I was happy and acknowledged during the CEO session that everybody acknowledged the changes which CDSO is showing, not only in words but in action. So I would just touch upon, because the audience is different here. So from regulatory support to innovation and country's pharma domain, including medical device, we have done a lot of structural changes. And when I say structural changes, there would be impact for long term. And you will see this whole regulatory system in the country changing for a good long years. And some of them which actually I would like to point out before we start the discussion is having the structural impact on the regulatory system. One is, and the foremost which I see, is actually getting sanction of about 1,500 people to develop and build internal scientific cadre in CDSO, which is the current biggest deficiency and gap which we have. So that is one. Second is the kind of waivers, if I can say, has been given from regulatory system. I would like to mention two of them, certainly, because both of them have heavy impact on the innovation. One is freeing up, when I say, I mean freeing up research from regulators' permission to do research. When we have waived off the T licenses for up to preclinical, that means that you can do whatever you want for the drug development without taking our permission, which was the need before we did that. So that will have a lot of impact on the research in this country. Second, of course, is more than 50% of the bioequivalence viability studies have been waived off with a specific design, which is low risk. And that actually we have done the calculation that is about 50% of our NOCs which we were issuing. Going forward, we may loosen up further. Biosimilar guidelines, which is the draft, the comments have been received. They have been incorporated to the extent they can be. Final stage of approval is under discussion. This is at par with the latest in the world, be it Canadian, be it US, be it European. We have bought all the factors or the asks from regulator, which would reduce the clinical study requirement for approval of it will be heavily dependent on the heavy characterization to demonstrate your equivalency with the innovator. So these are some of the structural changes which have happened. Predictability has increased, and one point where regulator in India has always been at the receiving end is on the timeline of approval. So this morning only I actually sent our latest timelines, which we have actually taken out from the Sugam dump. And I'm very happy to tell you that it is completely, I think many of you would not believe it unless until experience it. In all aspects, if you see any clinical trial application approval and any marketing authorization approval, last year, that is 2025 calendar year, we have not taken more than 150 days in approving either clinical trial or marketing authorization. Clinical trial is around 135 days, between 120 to 130, 35 among different divisions. And for the marketing authorization, it's about 130 to 150. So that's actually a huge change from where we were. More than 50% reduction in the, and that along with a heavy scientific scrutiny of the applications. So that is a big change, and you will see the impact on the quality of the product and the quality of approvals which are happening for regulators. So there are many changes which have happened. So with this remark, I'm sure the panel is very experienced, and especially in the innovation side. Of course, Greg is there, who is experienced from US FDA side. So let's hear them out, and then maybe we can summarize at the end and take actions from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring indeed to hear what has already happened. Maybe to jump in, I would love to look a little bit globally, and some of the important topics already came up this morning around predictability of the regulatory framework, speed, etc. Some of the leading agencies have done quite some work on evolving as well, whether we look at US and Europe, and obviously the example of China. So my first question will go to Mr. Smith and Mr. Akshikar, just as a heads up. Basically, across the world, we've really seen that regulatory practice has evolved with regards to speed and predictability. Any considerations from this, or any lessons that you would give also to markets that want to go into a similar direction? Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Rajiv, for the opening remarks and for the great work that the CDSCO has been undertaking. I know it's been a busy few months. Thank you for the organizers, IPA and DOP and FICCI, for such a great event and esteemed panel here. It's a privilege to be here today. I think from an FDA perspective, there's been a lot the FDA has done over the years to move towards speed and predictability. But I think really when it comes down to it, at first, the first priority always has to be the people, and that's a lot of what Dr. Rajiv is alluding to with these 1,500, the cadre that they've been able to prioritize and focus in on in the coming months. I would say building that regulatory science cadre is a critical aspect for the growth of the regulator, for certain. Being able to hire pharmacists and physicians, AI experts and engineers, moving forward through a various array of expertise. I think that for the FDA, that has been one of the inspiring things for me when I've been able to work at the FDA, being able to see the breadth of scientists that are at the ready to review an application to answer advanced technical questions. So that's across disciplines, and those SMEs can be available to engage on complex science questions and public health issues. Secondly, I think once you have the regulatory scientists at the ready, the ability to then narrow down on risk and being able to not necessarily shorten everything, but to be able to identify risk and get the right types of questions to the right people when making regulatory decisions. So it's not necessarily that we should treat every application the same way, but because not every application has the same level of risk. So being able to prioritize the resources that a regulator brings in to be able to address those public health issues and scientific questions is really critical. So for the FDA, we've really seen that enable us to be able to move faster when it matters most, while also maintaining rigorous standards across the board. And then lastly, Dr. Rajiv also mentioned it, predictability is really critical for sponsors to be able to interact with the regulator. As, it can be a demanding system, but when we can provide standard expectations, timelines, and when things are clear, that does enable us to work better between the industry and regulator. I think lastly, there's three practical things that I'd like to highlight. As the regulatory systems are growing around the world, not everything has to be built all at once, but clear time-bound processes, transparent tracking systems, and fewer fragmented review cycles is really critical. Secondly, investing in people and partnerships before adding new layers of process. Reviewer capacity, specialized expertise, and trusted scientific exchange are what actually delivers speed with rigor. And then third, embrace reliance and convergence. There's no need to always reinvent the wheel. There's assessments, there's from trusted reference agencies, ICH standards, aligning with international approaches through mechanisms like PICS and IMDRF can reduce duplication and accelerate access while also preserving regulatory sovereignty. So predictability, it's the best regulatory systems are not faster because they are less rigorous, they are faster because they are more disciplined, more specialized, and more predictable. Thank you.
Thank you. Really helpful to get a bit of the framing also from the US perspective. Mr. Akshikar, would you like to add a little bit from your view?
I think I resonate most of the views that we heard from Dr. Smith, but I'll give it an extra spin. Dr. Raghuvanshi, you have the job, one of the toughest jobs in the country, because imagine you're driving a car and you're expected to tune the engine as you're driving. And the changes that you put in place in the last 3-4 years are clearly evident. To the question that was asked earlier, obviously you want to move with speed, predictability, and without compromising on the scientific rigor. There are still a few areas where we certainly see India can do more. One is exactly in line with what Dr. Smith said, having probably a tiered approach in terms of assessing risk. Instead of having a one-size-fits-all approach, clearly have accelerated or priority pathways for therapy areas where you clearly have unmet needs, and then of course have the second standard pathways. So I think that's one big area. How do you characterize risks and then have very clear pathways aligned as opposed to having everybody go through the same window? I think in terms of the transparency, a lot has improved in the last few years. And I think the NDCT rules clearly state what you can expect. But predictability clearly becomes the cornerstone, even when you are assessing risks and then deciding what pathway. I think the foundation still has to be continued on that predictability area. Coupled with that is clear accountability with timelines, because if you look at many of the regulatory agencies externally, they have clear timelines in terms of review clocks or milestone tracking and full internal accountability. We are moving in that direction. That's why I said in the beginning that I think in the last 2-3 years we're seeing not a substantial, a transformative change. What can you do more in terms of ensuring that those timelines and accountability gets firmly embedded? The third area is reliance on global data. You heard Dr. Smith talking about not wanting to reinvent the wheel. And I think if there is global evidence sitting with agencies, what can we do more using the principles of reliance and collaborative reviews? Can we unlock more? We heard in the CEO review, there are a few companies that have already started that, and I think the CDSCO has been open to that approach of early engagement, even preclinical engagement, before things go up to the SEC. So I think that's one area. The third one, which clearly we can unlock a lot more. We always talk of countries like China, but if you look at some of the countries like Argentina, or even for that matter, countries in Asia Pacific, they use a lot of global evidence to fast track and get those innovative assets, because we are again seeing it from the lens of, you heard Dr. Raghuvanshi giving the timeline of 15 months. But when you look at new biological entities, what can we do to get some of those entities launched much earlier? And that's where this global evidence really is useful. The fourth one is around extensive use and more use of technology. I think we've seen the benefits of Sugam, and I think most of us who've been in the industry for a long time have seen the transformational shift there. But what can we do to really integrate everything across digital? Having a, I know Dr. Raghuvanshi has talked about having an integrated platform available very soon. But I think that's the fourth one in terms of really unlocking. The fifth one, which he talked about first, was the capability, because we still used to depend on SECs to really have that dimensional view. But I think with the 1,500 people and the capability part getting really unlocked, it'll be a significant step change as we see. So I think those 4, 5 would really be at the top of my mind in terms of what we could do to really unlock especially the regulatory pathways for innovative assets in this country.
Thank you. That's a beautiful lead over to where I wanted to go. So thank you. Very, very helpful. If I think about the global pipeline and where it's going, global innovation obviously is much more focused now on NBEs, but also on some advanced therapies, advanced modalities that require very different regulatory frameworks. So Dr. Singh and Ms. Gauri, I will come to you shortly, but if I look at some of these new modalities, how do you think about some of the additional requirements that they bring, and what are some of the lessons in that space for India? May I start with you, Dr. Singh, please?
Thank you. And thank you to IPA, Department of Pharmaceutics, and FICCI for organizing this important meeting. So coming on the side of, we said that innovation and how the new modalities come. So US FDA approved mRNA-based vaccine, 2 vaccines. They were the first. And the third mRNA vaccine was approved from India or Cedisco. And it was a good job because the paper came in Nature Medicine, which is the highest level of rigor. So if we do innovation, the system will evolve. We have started looking innovation side in this industry now. And fortunately, Dr. Raghuvanshi comes from a very rigorous PhD degree and also worked in industry and then came for this kind of job. So I think nothing could be a better opportunity than this to work on it. Now coming on the new modalities, so because I was part of the HHS system, US FDA, NIH, and CDC, so I was part of NIH. So these 3 systems provide a lot of support to US FDA continuously. So it is a very robust system which is running for last maybe 80-100 years. That on one side epidemiology comes from CDC, governance comes from the other side, the basic science comes from NIH, and FDA is a regulator. So I think we should look into this kind of build-up, and I think Dr. Raghuvanshi will certainly look into it. Is there any possibility that these kind of government build-up was there? Because capacity is available. At present, what is happening, because the boom in our industry, the capability and capacity both are getting limited for last 10 years at Office of DCGI. So I think with this policy, Biopharma Shakti and some of Bio-E3, that is going to build up, and I think we are moving into that direction. But looking at one of the examples that we were lagging behind, I think it was 1990 when the first gene and cell therapy product was under review at the US FDA. And then after that, the first preclinical guideline came somewhere 2013, and the final clinical guideline came from cell and gene therapy in 2017 along with the product approval. We have also in the country approved 2 of the product for cell and gene therapy. But the kind of support it is coming from ICMR, the kind of guidelines coming to ICMR, if we bring more products, certainly there is a possibility that it will enhance. But capacity and capability is undergoing, and it will take with time. But I believe if we do serious innovation, Cedisco will review it much faster. If we do the serious innovation, and serious innovation is a serious innovation, it has to be supported by the data, which can be scrutinized by the global standards. So that is not a problem. Now, last year, 2024-25, what the question you have, around 30 cell and gene therapy product is approved by US FDA. So if we do this kind of bombarding at Cedisco will increase, and that is, they are doing it. But I think Cedisco need to be divided into a couple of functions. One is this generic medicine has to be kept in a different corner, high volume, low value. Then the biologics is one which is very important for us. That has to be second. And I think the third should be on the innovative side of business, where the most of the talent we have to develop together. And last week a team from our place came to give a talk at Cedisco. So this is a very open environment, and I'm very positive about it. The efforts are doing, but we have to do it together. But also, it's a regulator who signed the letter. I understand the pain. When you sign the letter, then you have to be sure of what you are signing off and what is going. So I think it is a developing situation, and it will catalyze 10 times faster than what has happened globally. Once we start bringing these innovative products to that Cedisco door. So this is my view, and I'm very positive about it. Because government is very positive about innovation. So if government puts the innovation, we do the innovation, it will reach to their door, and they will find the ways and means how to catalyze it. And I'm very positive about the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gowrie, maybe I give also over to you to hear a bit your view on what it takes to improve and further advance the regulatory framework for innovation and advanced modalities.
Thank you so much for the question. And, I'm going to start by saying maybe this is a wish list, but as Gregory, you mentioned, it's important that we draw the journey out there, establish clear accountabilities and timelines by which it can be achieved. And I think, first of all, I'll start by also appreciating the great deal of effort and progress which has been made over a period of time. And Dr. Raghuvanshi, that's definitely because of the leadership and the guidance that you've been giving to the team. And thank you. I think since morning, the greatest wish list has been for you. So thank you for that receptiveness and acknowledgement that there's also path to go forward. I think the question is very, very pertinent, both for the multinationals as well as the Indian companies. If you look at the pipeline, more than 50% of the pipeline currently is in the complex modalities space. If you look at the drugs which are going off patent, a lot of opportunity, nearly to the tune of $80 billion lies in the LOE of biologics. So the space and the question that we're talking about is pertinent to both of them. Let me focus more on the multinationals, given that Dr. Singh has already spoken about the Indian perspective. So a lot of these complex modalities, if you also look at, comes in the rare disease space, where there's high unmet need, there's limited treatment options available, and there's a lot of innovation which is going to make sure that there are patient treatments that come to them to add years to their life, to give them better quality of life that they are living. And in some of the cases, the treatments don't even exist. So what we're discussing about actually brings in a big responsibility, not just to the innovator companies, but also to the CDSCO office, because what they're trying to do is look at how early can those treatments be available to the patient. So in my wish list, if I can say, the first one is around the expedited approval pathways. I think it becomes really, really relevant. We do not have one. But if you look at the FDA, there's fast track, there are breakthrough designations which are given to really accelerate and shorten the time period in which the regulatory approvals are granted. For EMA, there is PRIME, and even if we look at, we've heard a lot about China since morning, China was able to reduce significantly the timelines for the regulatory approvals. It was nearly about 2 to 3 years after the US FDA approval, and if you look at the recent trend, it's nearly on par or a couple of months just after the US FDA approval. India currently takes about 24 to 36 months, especially for the NBE, just to give a realistic estimate of where we are right now. The second one in my wish list is around the dedicated frameworks. I think these are not chemical entities. If you're talking about NBEs, different category of drugs, so there needs to be a different rule book that needs to be in place. I think some of us already alluded the fact that there needs to be a separate setup, quite similar to the CBER, which exists in the US. The other aspects of what the frameworks could look like, different frameworks could look like, is use of real-world data, use of surrogate endpoints, approvals based on single-arm study, and even approvals, as we have seen done by the US on phase 2B clinical trial data, because some of the data is really that convincing. And that's a great learning that we can take for how we should be evolving in the future. The third one is on the strengthening SEC capability, and it's really good to see the 1,500 scientific cadre that you spoke about, Dr. Raghuvanshi. And it would be really important to get that capability on board to provide the continuity, because one of the points which was also discussed in the previous panel is you change the SEC, the understanding completely changes, and having dedicated resources on this provides that continuity. You even spoke about 4 additional expertise which has been added in the gene therapy, because when you're looking at complex molecules like this, you also need that level of understanding and capability. Number 4 in my wish list is on the ICH harmonization. I think we are a member of it, but how can we really synchronize our processes? It would extremely be important. We're talking about rare diseases. There are not a lot of patients out there. There are big diagnostic challenges that exist. So why can't we use the existing global data as compared to replicating the data for different countries, which often, is painful for the patient, because we've got a lot of requests for our own drugs where the patients would want to have treatment because that's the only light that they see at the end of the tunnel. I think some of the thoughts that I had, and really keeping patient in the heart and center of what we are doing, because the whole purpose is how do you make these innovative treatment accessible to the patients when they need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, that question of innovation is a critical one. Dr. Pai, I shall ask you a bit about your perspective. What do you believe it takes for India in the next 2 to 3 years? And I would also love to hear a little bit about what it takes also from the development and clinical trial perspective, if you may comment upon that. Thank you.
At the outset, thank you very much to FICCI, DOP, as well as the Indian Pharma Conclave for having me here, and thank you for the question. So I think, firstly, taking off from where Meenal mentioned about patient at the heart and center, one of the key things here would be that we require to focus more on the translational research work which was spoken about in the earlier panels, and the end-to-end pathway when it comes to the funding of the whole clinical development program, not just from the discovery perspective, but from the discovery to the end point and moving across all the phases and moving it right up to the patient would be very, very much required in order to make sure that we are going ahead and moving into a phase from where it is a project-based funding to a mission-based funding, which is very much required at the present moment. Because at this point in time, the regulatory pathways which are there, they are study-wise, not really program-wise, which is one of surely the wish list when it comes to the patients per se. And if we have to look at what would be the non-regret moves per se when it comes to your question, I would say not only the impetus for translational research, it is also the integration of digital and AI, which is very much required for the regulatory reviews which we would be doing as we move into the future. I know there is a cadre and there is also a lot of training which will be required for this cadre. And the AI integration into the regulatory pathways, which was spoken about by some of the other speakers, would be very much helping us to speeden up the overall process. It will help us to speeden the way in which we acquire our regulatory approvals, and also the reliance on other approvals, which has been spoken about by the earlier speakers, will be helping us to accelerate overall, is what I feel. Also, the predictability has been spoken about, and over there I would also like to thank DCGI sir as well as the CDESCO for having put on so many rules right now, which has helped us to accelerate. But at the same time, there is opportunity when it comes to the internalization of the experts, because the change of experts, as has been spoken earlier, it delays the time the amendments get to approval, and as a result, the positive amendments which are there in certain protocols would not reach our patients. Like there are many amendments which are made in a clinical trial protocol, but overall it doesn't reach the patient in time. And last but not the least, I would say that we would be looking for the single window approval when it comes to the digital tools which are used in the clinical trials which are currently there, be it global clinical trials or Indian companies wanting to use the local digitization which is there in our country. And that to me will be very important through a single window approval, because at this time we have to go to multiple bodies to seek approvals when it comes to the digital tools that are used, even if it is a simple e-consent or a e-source, which are day-to-day practical usages, and that takes the overall timeline further, because it's not just the regulatory agency, it's also what sites do, it's also what the ethics committees do, and over here multi-agency collaboration will be key for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pai, and I love how you put the patient at the center for this to make your plead for global evidence and some of the other areas of reform. Let me ask my last question in this case to two of the panelists. Dr. Shah, I shall start with you. I would love to hear a little bit from your view. What are some of the key areas that you would like to see in terms of regulatory framework evolution or regulatory focus for the next years? In particular, if I also think about some of the kind of operating model or process optimization, but also some of the predictability and speed elements that we mentioned earlier.
So thank you. I think Dr. Raghuvanshi has demonstrated a lot of structural changes in the last year or two on this subject. Just he highlighted the recruitment of 1,500 subject experts or simplifications and the deregulations that have been going on, the improvement in the timelines, etc. So my view is that rather than waiting for more regulatory changes, it is time for us to start educating the regulators and the reviewers of what has already happened. And that would actually translate into real-time benefit. And then also taking the same message to the industry of what are the industry expectations. Because some things have already been done. And now it's industry that needs to come forward, understand how simplification is being made, what harmonization is happening, what is a long-term path, and join the regulator in this journey. So, somewhere, let's say we are talking of a model similar to what Toyota or Amazon did. Start with a workable solution, talk to the real users, and quickly update what is required to be done. I think rather than waiting for more 2 or 3 regulatory changes, we should start as soon as possible and update ourselves. And what is more important to take this journey forward is we have to maintain the COVID kind of urgency that we all had. We could do so well during COVID because we were all aligned to a common goal. The world was aligned. There was a sense of urgency. The funds were available. The researchers were ready. The academic institutes were ready to contribute. The entire ecosystem was ready to contribute, rather just waiting for the regulator to do something, right? So I think it's time for all of us to step up and match what he is also doing so that we can deliver what needs to be done.
Thank you. Well said. Mr. Gupta, maybe in a similar manner, how do you think about what the broad stakeholder network needs to do, whether it's industry, whether it's the regulator, whether it's international companies, local companies? Would love to hear your perspective on the matter here.
Thank you. I have to say that it's hard to add to the discussions which have already happened. And also, since Dr. Raghuvanshi is sitting next to me, I think you're on page 2 or page 3 of the long list which we presented. And I think the first and the most important point, which we are already seeing happening, is a huge amount of receptivity to dialogue, right? And we can see this happening right here as we speak. We've seen this in various other forums. This is all accelerated, I would say, in the previous year, 2 years, where we're talking about where do we need to head as an industry to create the right model for infrastructure and to create the right framework to facilitate that innovation. So if you ask me a couple of things, I think already a lot of good work has been done on simplification, like the NDCT change on test licenses, small thing, but speeds up stuff. We spoke about a few other things. Dr. Raghuvanshi just spoke about, there's a consideration for biosimilar to not have a clinical trial requirement like it happens in various other regulated markets. So that's under consideration. But together, if we all think about, how do we get on this journey of innovation, I think early successes are very important. And it's not like the country is spending, $100 billion every year on research, right? So what we are spending today is considerable resource out of regular funds, and therefore early wins are really important. So whatever we can do to put more focus behind those early wins, and where industry, academia, regulator, everybody needs to get together, I think that should be on the table. And similar to probably, US has this commissioner's national priority voucher. Can we have something where we earmark the best opportunities at this point in time and put more resources, faster reviews, and put greater energy in getting some success stories? I think that will be one big area where we can progress, because once we see a handful of molecules coming out, getting approved in India and then globally, I'm sure many others will follow. All of us are yearning to do that. We just need good success stories and collaborative examples of everybody working together. So I would just place that one ask, not too many asks, Dr. Raghuvanshi.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Raghuvanshi, I believe you must have the longest note list of anyone at this table at this point in time, and I thank you for it, and I apologize for it. What I wanted to do is maybe close and let you do the final remarks, because I would love to hear what were some of the topics that stood out for you. What do you take away, but also what would you like industry and academia and others to take away, to hear a bit how everyone can contribute jointly. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot to all the panelists for the big list which I have today. I think I'll see it in, I'll put it in two buckets. And one bucket is actually where CDSU has already taken initiatives. And second is where we have to start. The one which we have to, we have already taken initiative, I just touched upon some of them. Couple of more which was actually raised by some of the panelists. One of them being the increasing more towards transparency and the digital interventions. So just to let the audience know that we now have the approval in hand, and today as I talk, we are floating the RFP for initiating development of new digital drug regulatory system, which is a big project, very ambitious project, where we wish to bring complete regulatory value chain on one platform. The central, the state, the PGAs. In the phase 2, we also wish to bring manufacturers, sellers, consumers, everybody as much as possible on the same platform. So I think it's from back end. It's coming from back end. So that's a big digital push which regulator and regulatory system is going to make. And the first phase we plan to launch in next 18 months. And then the subsequent phases. And we will do the discovery phase of consultation with all the stakeholders, including industry. Once we finally identify the developer, our wish is that we use some of the bigger ones of the country who have experience in developing these kind of platforms. So that is something which has already happened. We have already started floating the RFP. So that is one good development which has happened. Apart from that, whatever initiative we have already taken, we know that we have to go deep into all those areas and would need more improvement in those. But the good part is that we have demonstrated that it is possible to bring corrections in the system through proper and timely intervention. When I say go deep into each of these areas, that will certainly happen once we have these new manpower sanctioned on board. And one of the bigger issues and pain points which the customer has today is on the SEC side. SEC side, we have improved a lot, but I know that there is still a lot of improvement required. And what is remaining will come only if we internalize the resources and don't be completely dependent on external experts. There are structural issues in using external experts. I cannot guarantee that same expert will be there for the whole life of the project. But if I have internal resource, I can actually guarantee that, yes, there is an institutional memory, there is the continuity on the thinking and the mindset and the way it is approached. So that will happen. But till then, what we have also done, which I did not touch in the beginning, we have actually taken people from ICMR specifically on an experimental basis, which is, it has shown good value add last year. We have expanded that. And now we are actually trying to use to their maximum capacity in the SEC to take out some of the activities of SEC and bring it internally by through the ICMR people. So that will actually improve system, at least in some of the domains of SEC, where the ownership can be shifted to these people from ICMR or similar kind of organizations. So that kind of activity we are doing. And the second one, which I touched upon, is that we are using currently, as I talk, 4 industry experienced experts in our SEC, and the quality of discussion of the feedback which I get also from the user end, the quality of discussions have actually improved significantly by simply adding these 4 resources. Couple of them sit in a few of the important, or rather the innovation-based SECs. So, I mean, that is, we know the problem, and for me, if I know the problem, half problem is solved. So, since we know the problem, now it is some of the initiatives which are already addressing them, and some we know that we will be able to do that. It's not a difficult issue to solve. And I mean it. It's not a difficult issue to solve, because India as a country, we have talent, we have the skill to address all this. Only thing is we just have to bring them on board. On ICH side, I said in the morning also, we have initiated that journey. Maybe uh, 1.5 to 2 years, we will see full membership of ICH, which will come only if we harmonize the complete processes of ICH. Today also 60-70% of our guidelines and processes are based on ICH, but whatever is remaining, we will have to do, and we will be there. That's not very difficult. The process is started. PICS is certainly a longer process, maybe 6 years, 7 years, but the realization is there, and we have started planning. PICS is one area where we need the complete regulatory value chain of this country, including the state machinery, to be at par with their expectation. And the process is long. They are physical audits, so it may take some more time, but good part is that we have initiated that process. So, I mean, these are some of the areas. Other points which I have noted, I am sure we will address them. One of the points which came this morning during discussion in the CEO panel was on CDMO. Secretary DOP was basically raising this point that CDMO discussion has not happened to the extent it should have happened in this during that panel. And I also feel at regulators' end that is something which is, and I just saw money going, otherwise I would have requested him. I am actually planning to do a stakeholder consultation with the CDMOs only to understand what they want from regulator side, because of the voice, we are addressing only the pharma and the manufacturers and other side, but CDMO is, they come one-on-one with one or the other issue, and that we try to solve. But as an industry, we have to see that where does CDMO need our intervention to change the whole structure, regulatory structure for CDMOs, because we know that there is a huge potential and there is a special need which is specific to them. So that is something which I take as a action for me, and shortly we'll do that stakeholder consultation. So I think I'll try to end here. Thanks a lot to all my panelists for so many good words and also the long list which I have. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience, also with the noise. Thank you. Sorry, we're a little bit behind on time. Otherwise, I would have loved to take one more question. Thank you. Apologies.
We have come far away to meet these people. I'm a physician. If you don't allow us, that means. No. Raghuvanshi, India is one of the biggest country, and our regulatory system is not in par with the Western countries. If you don't listen to dissidents,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm glad that in India the democracy still thrives. And as a great imitator, we are progressing into innovation. As you know, innovation requires young blood. Mr. Raghuvanshi, you are from BHU. Have you ever tried to persuade your colleagues to install some chair in our NIPAD so that India can innovate and compete with the FDA regulatory mechanism? See, the people have to invest. They are finding fault with the government. Why can't you tell them to regulate our drug? I mean, what is that? We rarely report drug. I'm sorry, yes, you confused me. Yeah. The pharmacovigilance is still in infantile stage. They are asking you to incorporate the global data. We rarely report. I have never been taught in medical schools to report the yellow card system. Unless otherwise we invest in our R&D and improve our regulatory system, we can only talk in the FICCI. I'm glad that the FDA chairman accept. I told him India value and volume both has to.
Thank you so much, sir. Probably we'll take up this discussion later.
I would like to. So thank you, sir, for raising this question. Pharmacovigilance is very important. And if we have to demonstrate our product made in India globally competitiveness, we have to report the pharmacovigilance. We are publishing in the top ranking, I can say about us, top ranking journal of pharmacovigilance data. And I appreciate your point. This is very important. And I request Dr. Raghuvanshi that this has to be good. Yeah.
I'm getting only commissions, not not skills to report to you.
So thank you.
I'll just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, because you have touched many points in your. So
I'm the only physician who is attending your meetings regularly.
No, thanks a lot for that. So on pharmacovigilance, you have to appreciate one thing, that India has built the largest network of pharmacovigilance reporting in the world under publicly funded. I mean, you can disagree, but
I can tell you. See, I'm a professor. None of my students know how to report.
that
I'm
is
extremely sorry
anyway. So
to
let's not
intervene
debate on
here,
this.
sir. Maybe we can take this discussion offline.
Will you listen to me? Just. So, you may disagree, and anywhere. I mean, I'm sure in US also democracy is strong, and you will find lots of voices there. So I appreciate what your feedback, but listen me out what I'm saying. The network has been created. We are the 8th largest contributor of SAEs to the WHO database, which is a global database. 8th largest in the world. In this part of the country, of the world, we are the largest contributors. So there are a lot of positives which people like you should appreciate that it is happening. We may not meet your expectation. I agree on that. And that's what we are saying, that we have to do a lot. But it's not that nothing is happening. Pharmacovigilance, unfortunately, today we have voluntary reporting. Tomorrow, if government makes it compulsory, everything you will see will, the numbers for reporting will go 10 times.
Wholeheartedly. Medicine is not merely a business, it is a service. You people earn from some other industry and invest in this industry. India will become a real, everybody will buy from us.
So everybody is, we are exporting in more than 200 countries. Everybody is buying today also. We just have to improve on what we are doing. This is endless debate. We can talk after the session also.
Yes, I would suggest all other questions are now for after the session. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate it. And thank you for taking the last question as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, a fantastic and thought-provoking panel that we just witnessed. With that, as we move ahead, I would take the honor to invite Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General IPA, to please join us on the stage and felicitate our panel members. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the fantastic panel that we just witnessed. I would request Mr. Jain to please present the memento, starting off with our session chair. Can we have the memento, please? To Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Moving ahead to Mr. Gregory Smith. To Mr. Achin Gupta. Followed by Mr. Bhushan Akshikar. To Ms. Meenal Gauri. To Dr. Viranchi Shah. To Dr. Seema Pai. This way, sir. I'll just help you out with this. Yeah. Just move it this side. And last but not the least, to our moderator, Ms. Rosa Poitis. This way, please. Yeah. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the thought-provoking panel that we just witnessed. Can I please request Mr. Jain to please join us for a group photograph along with all our panel members? So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the plenary session 2, Enabling Regulatory Ecosystem to Foster Innovation for All of Us. I would, on behalf of FICCI and IPA, I would like to thank all our session panel members, our session chair and our moderator for the indeed fantastic panel discussion. With that, we'll now be moving ahead with the next panel session. And we'll just take a minute to prep the stage up. So that it's easier for you. All right, so with that, we will now be moving ahead with the next plenary session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I request everyone to please remain seated. We are about to start with the plenary session 3 now. Requesting everyone to please take your seats and settle down as we are about to start with the plenary session 3. Set kar diya? I request everyone to please settle down, take your seats. We are about to start with the next plenary session now. Humbly requesting everyone to please settle down and take your seats so that we can get started with the next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the plenary session 3, Harnessing AI and Next-Gen Technologies for Disruptive Innovation. As we all know, AI, from advanced analytics and generative AI to agentic systems, is transforming life sciences and healthcare, accelerating drug discovery, precision medicine, manufacturing, and patient experiences. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session explores how India can leverage its talent and digital strengths to become a global AI health hub while addressing ROI, regulatory needs, and responsible scaling. It's my absolute pleasure, privilege, and honor to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed panel members. May I please request and invite Dr. Amit Mendirata, Professor, IIT Delhi and AIIMS. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Dr. Mendirata on the stage. Our next panel member, Mr. Manish Gupta, Chairman and CEO, Indegene. Mr. Nick Thurston, Partner and Co-Leader of Global Advanced Analytics and Healthcare and Life Sciences, Bain & Company. Dr. Mandar Ghatnekar, Chief Digital Transformation Officer, Biocon Biologics. Mr. Kunal Bansal, Chief Digital Officer, Mankind Pharma. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our panel members on the dais. And of course, may I please take the honor to invite our esteemed moderator, Dr. Sridhar Narayanan, Senior Technical Advisor, Innovation IPA, Co-Founder, Petris Technologies, Chairman, FNDR. Hearty welcome, sir. And without further ado, I would now hand over to our session moderator, Dr. Narayanan, to please start with the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir. And meanwhile, I request everyone to please take your seats, settle down. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. You know, AI has touched our lives in many different ways. And I think this panel will try to look at how we are using AI in pharmaceutical industry. I must start with a disclaimer. I have used AI to formulate the questions. So let me just set the tone a little bit for the session. We're going to explore how AI is being used across the pharmaceutical value chain. We'll start with a bird's eye view of from the consultancy side, move towards real use cases, and also to look at how academics and clinicians are actually using AI on the ground. So Nick, I'm going to start with you first. So from your vantage point at Bain, where do you see AI actually delivering measurable scaled value in pharma today? Where is it largely aspirational, and where is it actually being put to use?
It's a great question. So hi everyone, I'm Nick. I'm a partner at Bain, and I spend all of my time in this exciting intersection. I work with life sciences companies, small and large, all around the world, and I spend a lot of time with colleagues at OpenAI and Anthropic and DeepMind on what is happening there, and really try and bridge that gap. I would say that the story of ROI is more complicated than it appears from the outside. Everyone at the moment likes to talk about how successful their AI programs are, the big commitments they're making to GPU clusters or partnerships with leading AI labs. But actually, the on-the-ground ROI is a little more hard to achieve than the press might like us to know. I would say that I have clients working in every single part of the pharma value chain, from, of course, discovery, which we've heard a lot about even today, all the way through to post-market surveillance, pharmacovigilance, and everything in between. Commercial, clinical, back office. The difference between those that are creating value and those that aren't isn't where they're applying the technology, it's how they're applying the technology. And the winners, those that are truly delivering meaningful value to their bottom line, are doing this by not taking a point solution approach, not thinking that they can buy, X thing that does this Y task, or some tool over here, or sort of looking at their vendors to deliver all of this capability, but they're thinking about their business in a set of processes. And they're reimagining those processes from the ground up and asking the question of, given that we have agents, we have all of these, this new AI capability, how should this process work? How would it, what makes sense today? What can we do today that we couldn't do before? And as they do that, they're finding really substantial uplifts, both in the quantity of sort of effort that it takes to achieve that process, but more importantly, the quality. So more molecules down the pipeline, better results in their clinical studies, faster time to regulatory approval, faster ramp time once they're on the market. Those benefits are real, but it takes this approach of not thinking in vertical use cases of the business, but thinking horizontally about actually the processes that the business runs on.
Thank you, Nick. I'm going to move track and go towards the patient side. So Amit, I want to ask you the next question. You teach a course on AI and its impact and the way it's influencing the healthcare system overall. Where do you see AI making the most meaningful and near-term difference in patient outcomes in India? And how do we bridge the gap between what the algorithm tells us and the clinical trust in what the algorithm is telling us?
Thank you for this question. I am really glad that we are starting the discussion with the patient outcome question. That means itself a lot. Now, I teach a course on AI in healthcare, which is an executive program at IIT Delhi, and we have more than 120 practicing physicians, and I can tell you the feedback from them. So from research perspective, as well as from my users' perspective, from different stakeholders, I think the AI has a lot of potential. I'm using the word potential here with my contentions that it is still not yet evolved there. It is still a potential word. It has a lot of good potential in predictive modeling and prognostication for patient, because AI is completely data driven, and it becomes really tiresome for a human mind to collate so much of data and do tirelessly at 8 o'clock in the morning and at 12 o'clock at night. But AI can do that job without any errors. So this predictive modeling of taking the patient's data and analyzing what is happening is something which I personally feel is really useful. Early diagnostics and screening triaging has been used, implemented, and as you can see it in the kiosk a lot. But AI with automation, I think, can be low-hanging fruit, could be workflow optimization in the clinical settings. See AI as not artificial intelligence, see AI as automation and intelligence. So I split AI into two different verticals, automation and intelligence vertical. Automations means that what human can do, AI can do it tirelessly over a period of again and again and again with same accuracy throughout the day. And that is what I think is a low-hanging fruit. We should be able to leverage it easily. I can give you an example, as he was pointing out, and previous discussion also said about the drug discovery. Now, with the new recent AI models of AlphaFold and everything, I'm not a user, but I'm informed that molecular testing for selection of molecules, which the journey of like 5 to 7 years, is now squeezed to less than 4 years. That is the benefit of AI. You are able to do screening of molecules or patients or whatever you say, but you can squeeze that long journeys into shorter time windows. So see AI for automation and then intelligence. And when it comes to intelligence, there all our confusion lies. How intelligent is artificial intelligence? So see it more like an augmented and assistive intelligence. Right, see AI, the clinician, I tell my students, clinicians should see AI as a trained second or third year MD student. That is my right hand who will execute, but I'll take the call. Right, see that as the myths has to be removed out, but that is the reality. It will come over a period of time. Once this augmented intelligence will become seamlessly in your work profile, you will not see it as a tool which is disrupting the systems. It will be so seamless that you will just accept it as part of your life. The last bit, I quote some example here. There are rare diseases where the clinical data represent extreme outliers. And sometimes doctors are designed or wired to think that commonest things are common. That is how we are taught in the med school. And when it comes to that, we always see with the probability, okay, this symptom, this diagnosis has to be lying in this, and then the differential diagnosis go tuck, 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 tuck. But for AI, every data speaks for itself. It is not biased by those contentions. So there, AI has shown that it can pick up some features, some signatures in the data which physicians can miss. Use that as a starting point. So these are some of the things which I think AI can play a role in improving the patient outcome, improving the healthcare ecosystem in general. How it will do that, that's a journey yet we have to do. And I'll close just by saying one statement which has created some debates in different rooms, but I'm still going to see your opinion. Healthcare has been an evidence-based medicine practice for centuries, right? We do rigorous testing of drug, test, diagnostic, and then only deploy. Now for AI, it so happened that the journey is so fast-tracked, it became an adoption-based ecosystem. We try to adopt AI to healthcare and then generate the evidence. So that reverse journey of adoption and evidence is actually the confusion for the community. Otherwise, healthcare has been evidence and then adoption. So that mismatch is actually causing so much debate that we want to understand how AI can be integrated into healthcare. If we focus on evidence creation, I think the journey would become more easy.
Thanks, Amit, for bringing some clarity to the confusion. Yeah. So I think you brought out a very interesting point about augmented intelligence. And I think we use this term very commonly in our own work as well, where we say that AI is a good tool on top of which, if you apply human intelligence, the outcomes are going to be far, far superior than using either of them alone. So thank you very much for that. Manish, I'm going to come to you. You know, you probably work with every single pharma company that's been on the panel or listed on the sheet here, right? How do you see AI reshaping the traditional pharma commercial functions, especially medical affairs or medical writing, the marketing function, or even the patient engagement functions? Your organization has been at the forefront of this in the last several decades now, right? So a little insight from you on that.
Sure. Thank you, Sridhar. First of all, a big thank you to IPA, Department of Pharma, for this invitation. It's great to be here. Now, a very quick intro of Indegene. Many of you not know us. We are a healthcare, what we call broadly a health tech company, right? Working with pretty much all large pharmaceutical companies across the world, 5,500 employees, 3,500 crores approximately in revenues. And what we are doing is bringing domain expertise and embedded AI platforms in very critical regulated workflows like medical affairs, sales and marketing, clinical trials, some of the clinical trial operations, say drug safety, and a bunch of others. Now, before I answer the question how AI is transforming, a bit of a step back and see how the last 10 years evolved. If you see 2015 to 25, broadly, the sales and marketing budgets as a percentage of revenue have remained same, right? Call it in that 24, 25% range. Probably a percentage drop, which has gone in back into R&D, right? R&D expenses have gone up. Rightfully, industry is investing more on research. But interestingly, the composition of the sales and marketing budget has undergone a very significant transformation. Drug reps, which was the largest spend in sales and marketing, has drastically come down, right? Almost by 16, 17 percentage points. Digital, which was in it very low, call it 10, 15%, is close to 30% approximately right now. DTC more or less has remained same. Patient focus has increased, right? If you see, even the drug rep, the spends, that has shifted purely from drug reps, right, medical representatives, to MSLs, inside sales, a little bit of, I would say, hybrid sales process globally. This is a big shift that has happened over the last 10 years. We as Indigen owe our existence to this big shift towards digital. That's what we took a bet more than 15 years back. Now, what is projected to happen, right, and is already shaping in some of the companies, is that this shift will continue. Sales and marketing budgets overall are slated to come down a bit, right? Not drastically, but call it a few percentage points. And that is going to go back into R&D, right? And again, rightfully so. This composition of the sales and marketing budget, again, is going to change drastically, right? The drug number of medical reps or the percentage of medical reps is going to continue to come down, right? That every company is saying that. Right, and I'll speak about real-life examples, some of the largest companies in the world, what they are doing. Now, that's going to come down. DTC is going to more or less remain same. Digital is going to go further up, right? It's going to pretty much get to 50-ish% or so. The thing which is going to increase from a low base today is marketing technology platforms, data, automation on the sales and marketing side, very significantly. The part which remains for drug reps, that's also going to shift drastically towards MSLs, inside sales. Today, augmented AI reps is a very small percentage, single digits. By 29, 30, that is slated to be around 85, 90%, right? And industry is already investing in that. So at a very high level, those are some of the changes which are, right, the industry is looking at. Now, if you come to really on the ground kind of stuff, some of the programs I'm really excited about, which we are partnering with the global industry, one of them is on the pure regulatory side, where the vision is, and why we are seeing some very good proof points emerging from that from data lock, right, to the submissions, it's around a 26 to 30-week process at least, right? There's an attempt to bring it down to 4 weeks and probably even further, right? Our long-term vision is one-click submission, right, across to regulators and accelerate this whole process. But at least a 4-week kind of a thing is very imminently possible, right? And that's what we are getting towards. And just think about all these very amazing therapeutics reaching to patients much faster. That's obviously a big unlock for the pharma industry. That's on one side, right? And these proof points are already emerging. I will have to talk about another thing which we do on the sales and marketing side, right? What happens is that when a pharma company is going to launch a new product, right, the initial concepting process is very cumbersome. You call some of the largest healthcare agencies in the world, right? And I'm primarily talking about the US over here, right, which is the largest pharma market in the world. And you will get these healthcare agencies, they look at the clinical data, right? They will obviously bang your competitors' clinical data, their labels, their marketing claims, and then come up with creative concepts. They will do real-life testing with physicians on that. It's a couple of month process and costs around, call it $1 million, right? Couple of month process. We, with one of the largest pharma companies, again, in the world, right? We did a thing where we got them in 3-day workshops and did this whole process in agentic way sitting next to them in 3 days, right? And instead of 8 to 10 creative concepts emerging from data, right, we had close to 100 concepts. They zeroed on a few, and there were different pods creative of different skill sets, right, in different rooms to get the creativity also simulated in different ways. And even the testing first test which was done was a simulated one, right, with synthetic market research. So you get to at least 90% and then do a pretty quick turnaround times. So you're crunching launch cycles, you're crunching sales and marketing costs, right? So these are real life things which are going on today in the industry, right? Of course, a lot of things have to change for this to scale up, but it's very exciting to see what's going on.
Thanks very much, Manish. I think gives a real good perspective of where the field is moving, especially when you're looking at marketing and when you're looking at some of the medical affairs related stuff. Mandara, I'm going to come to you next. We heard about the Indian academics view. We heard about a global bird's eye view. We've heard about, from Indigene about where AI adoption is from the multinational side. I want to get a perspective from you on what does AI adoption actually look like on the ground for an Indian pharma company, right? Where are you seeing the greatest use of AI in an Indian company?
Yeah, so thanks a lot. I'm just going to talk about this in 3 main points. But before I go into the AI topic, just to do justice to the title of this session, it also includes some other next-gen technologies for disruptive innovation. I'll maybe start off with that first. In the pharmaceutical industry today, we are looking at almost like a revolution in the type of technology being used for producing medicines. It is all automated, robotic, high-density cultures, fermenters. All of them are now connected. All of them are digitized. There's digital twins getting created. And I think infusion of AI in that area is, although a little bit nascent, but also the most promising in terms of the adoption of AI within the industry very naturally, without having to do much intervention. And that is where I think the Indian pharmaceutical industry really needs to invest in looking at high-tech technology, next-gen technology for automated production, which is AI-enabled. And that will allow us to create plants that are really automated, low manual intervention, high compliance, high throughput, and high availability. So overall effectiveness of the equipment will always be much better if we infuse AI. And for that, we'll have to build an ecosystem of players around us, OEM partners, equipment manufacturers, work closely with them to see how we can introduce these kind of technologies in the company. That's a big differentiator I feel we should invest in. Coming to pure play AI, we are looking at adopting AI within our companies for the last few years in 2 major different areas. Number one is pure productivity improvement. I think some of that has been already alluded to today. So across the entire pharma value chain, looking at every employee's work job description and identifying steps in that job description where AI can be introduced as an augmented intelligence tool. And I think that is already taken off. There are several very successful use cases that we have deployed. We are getting the return on investment in order for us to invest it back into some of the other more innovative use cases. So that is, I would say, a slam dunk, very easily done. There again, I think there is one small factor that we need to all realize, and we struggle with that, is while diffusing this kind of technology, the change management effort is massive. So it's not just about the workforce that needs to be trained, but the entire workflow of the company has to change with AI in the play. And that is a big change management work that will ensure that adoption is much more rapid. And then now coming to the disruptive innovation, and that is where we are looking at deploying AI in R&D specifically to generate new molecules, I think in the morning today during the startup showcase, we saw a few companies doing that. But working in the biological field, the biologics where you have large molecules, that becomes that much more difficult. And I would say AI is still a tool under development. So we are actually experimenting with a tool that is still being developed. And that is where the balance of when do we start adopting it? Should we wait for it to mature to a certain level and then invest? Or should we get onto the bandwagon right now, develop the tool along with the ways of working of that tool? So that is where the most exciting work is happening right now.
Thanks very much, Mandar. I think if I can just add to what you mentioned about whether we should adopt first or wait for evidence to be generated, I think the field is evolving so rapidly that the time frame between evidence being generated and adoption happening is going to just shrink over a period of time, right? And I think we are moving in that direction where it's probably going to come as close to real-time adoption and evidence generation as we can get to. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Kunal, I'm going to come to you. We heard about how an Indian company adopts AI. You've gone down a slightly different path with your collaboration with OpenAI. If you can tell a little bit more about the collaboration itself and what's the kind of value add that has been brought in by such a collaboration.
Sure. Thanks, Shiva, for the question. So before I come to the collaboration, because OpenAI is just one of the many collaborations Mankind Pharma has done, I think one of the things we are very focused on when it comes to using and adopting AI is ensure that we follow a particular framework. And we follow something called a purpose, people, process, technology framework, which was essential for any digital transformation, to be honest. It is more essential for AI as we move forward, right? So what it basically entails is that the process comes before technology, the people comes before process, and the purpose comes before people. And when it comes to AI, this framework has slightly changed, right? So when it comes to technology, it means that you have to be technologically ready to adopt AI. So what it means is the basic foundations, and we have been doing it for many months to prepare ourselves for collaboration with OpenAI and Microsoft, which I'll talk in a minute. Is that a master data foundation. We have a good data lake in terms of curating all the data coming from cross-functional places to one place. We do have the right digitization that Mandar spoke about. I think AI can happen only on top of rich data and digitization that comes into picture. So I think that journey is done. I think AI as a technology is commoditized. It's becoming more and more democratic as we move forward, but important to lay the right foundations as we move forward. Now, if I come to process, I think, and I think Nick touched upon it as well, the entire process value chain needs to rewire. It has to be rewired with the AI first approach. We need to understand what parts of the process can be automated, can be given to agents, and where human in the loop is still relevant, right? So we are in a process of actually reimagining all the processes in the organization to make it AI ready. And then comes the more essential loop, which is the people. So how do we really train people? How do we really get people? He spoke about looking at the job description and seeing where AI fits in, right? And also having a AI expertise within the organization to really forefront that entire thing. And purpose obviously comes with the ROI and the value that is getting created. So with this framework, we started our journey. One of the things we were very keen to do is something for a huge workforce, on a field force. So Mankind Pharma being a big domestic player, we have 18,000 people on ground. And how do we really empower them with the rich AI so that the conversations with the doctor are more effective, more scientific, and they have the right confidence to stand in front of doctors to do it. So we actually had two partnerships, one with OpenAI, which is about getting their enterprise licensing model, exposing it to a vast data that we have across multiple functions. So for example, in the area of sales, marketing, and commercial, using OpenAI models, we combine the power of primary sales, secondary sales, work habits, and the market intelligence coming from sources like IQVIA to really generate a real-time insight and give it on the hand of a person. So for example, when my zonal head lands in Lucknow today, they don't have to do a lot of preparation. They land in Lucknow and they ask AI what needs to be done. The AI tells them exactly what needs to be done in terms of what reps to meet, what doctors to meet, what brands to focus on, what territories to focus on within that particular area. Using our collaboration with OpenAI, we just exposed our purchase register to the OpenAI models. And today our procurement team have a starting point for a negotiation. They can do tail spend management on a fingertips, right? Similarly, in the area of supply chain, be it demand forecasting or be it inventory analytics, it's all happening with that collaboration. I'll talk about one specific example that we have worked with Microsoft, which got noticed to even Satya. We have created a very personalized video-based agentic AI framework for each of our 18,000 workforce on ground, which basically gives them in 2 minutes every week a snapshot of their performance, calls out what they are doing good, and basically gives them some ammunition in terms of what they need to do better, both in terms of being represented in front of a doctor effectively, HCP effectively, and in terms of the sales enablement as we move forward.
Wow. I think that's really progressive in that sense, right? When you get real-time feedback on your performance. I'm sure all the line managers here are listening to it, all the CEOs are listening to it, and I'm sure they're looking at how that's going to affect their bottom line in the near future. So, I'm going to be a little bit provocative now. We had a very nice provocative question that came at the end of the last session. So I'm going to open up the floor for questions. We'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and then I'll come back to the panel. So I already have a hand up there.
Yes, I was waiting for this question to Mandar. I couldn't catch his viewpoint. How do you see, the implication of AI or adoption? You have elaborated, but in a little bit more granular way, that how it is helping the overall drug discovery or your processes from an AI perspective. A lot of people say that AI is still a myth, but you are the practitioner, so it will be good to hear more views on this from you, please.
I think good question. I think what I said in my earlier answer was, we are using AI in 2 main ways. One is for productivity improvement, and this is where we are looking at for every employee within the company, whatever function they are from, how do we enable them with AI so that they can do their job better? And there are several such examples where we have been able to successfully do it. The simplest one, obviously, a lot of us use anyways, Copilot, which just gives you a lot of productivity gains. But then there are, within each function, certain agentic AI use cases that we have deployed. Very simple examples are like in procurement, where you can use AI to find alternate vendors for single source material and so on and so forth. Pretty straightforward implementations of AI, which can yield very high value, very demonstrable value, and that's already being done. In the disruptive innovation, that is where I think it is a little bit more experimental still. We are using AI in R&D, particularly in the process of from clone to clinic. There are various steps, but there are most importantly, because we are in biological and biosimilars, we have to design molecules which are very similar to the existing molecule. And that is where we are looking at how we can use AI to generate these molecules, generate these sequences which can then be expressed. So there are several ways in which we are adopting AI. AlphaFold is a big help in that way, because 3-dimensional protein structure ultimately is what is going to go into the body. We can predict the various parameters of that particular structure. So characterization in silico allows you to do a lot of molecule structures at one time, and then you can validate experimentally later. So that is another place where we are using it extensively.
I'll take 1 more question. Yes, sir.
Other side of the story as well. You need not wait for super AI to come and dictate us. Anybody can carry a ChatGPT, and in India, all the pharmacists are AI-driven for primary health center. You can buy any medicine, including antibiotic. Sometimes these people are so cautious, you may not get SSRI to life save, but antibiotics are widely available. So there is every possibility that your system can ruin our entire healthcare. So regulation, the pharma industry should stop this OTC drugs. If you do that, you don't need ATA. Indian healthcare will improve.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the comment.
Yeah, we will start. What to do? Sir. We'll have to rise and stop for your convenience. This is happening in this country, okay? Mr. Sridhar Narayanan?
Sir.
Am I right or wrong? You are in a hurry to stop me.
No, I'm not in a hurry to stop you, sir. I'm very happy for your provocative questions. Yeah, I'm not. Thank you.
Sir.
Let's move to a next question. There's one more question there. Yeah.
So this is to Mr. Kunal Bansal. You have, it seems, by the way you describe, you have done a lot of application of AI in your operations. Have you explored? I come from that background. I am a pharma industry veteran who has, for the last 5 years worked on technology area and application of technology in pharma industry. There is a scope for training of sales force with the help of AI, which can, compress your training time. Supposing you do it for 2 weeks today for a fresher to join, that time can be compressed to a week. The pickup of information and knowledge by breaking barriers, that is possible with voice-based, Indic language-focused, AI. So these are some of the, solutions. The other thing is about street level visibility of demand generation. Yeah. So if you have a supply chain, right now we look at in pharma industry, supply chain visibility ends at the stage of distributor. Beyond distributor, where your medicine goes, nobody knows. But there is a very good potential with the arrival of AI that you would be able to know even to which street, which chemist the strip has traveled or ampule has traveled. And by that reckoning, which doctor has prescribed in the neighborhood. To that extent, you can be more specific. You can track your, demand generation very, very effectively. You can design incentive schemes for your, sales force, which can really be pinpointed. That's it.
Kunal, short answer if you will, please.
I'll comment very quickly. The first problem is very, very pertinent, not only for field force, across the organization. Just to add on to the problem to that point you made, the high attrition in the pharma industry requires repeated training, right? Not only that, if I look at the back-end side of it, the operations, the SOPs are ever evolving, the policies and procedures are ever evolving. So using AI-based training across the organization is a big agenda. Voice-based training, call center-based training, AI-based agent is something that we are working on. Second problem or second thing that you said is in the ideas phase, but we have it on the radar.
Thanks for keeping it short, Kunal. I'm going to be conscious of time here. I've been told we have 4 more minutes to wrap up the session. So I'm going to ask you the same question to all the panelists, a short one-line answer from each of you. If you had to give every pharma leader who's in this room one thing to adopt or do differently about AI, then what is the current concept of AI? What would it be? Nick, I'll start with you.
You said one-line answer, but I'll go slightly longer. I would actually encourage every leader in this room to use the tools. Not just put queries into ChatGPT, but go and vibe code some software, right? Go and build some agents, understand what this technology can do at a foundational level, because that's going to help you reimagine what your business looks like as this wave breaks. And I think it's very hard to do that without a really good hands-on knowledge. It's not hard to get there. It's a little bit of, couple of hours, couple of days, but it will really change the way that you think about the technology and where you apply it.
Thanks, Nick. Kunal?
See, I'll say, and something that is it's working for us, adopt a AI-first problem-solving mindset. I think that's the best way to embed AI in the organization. A lot of times the problems will come, and that's where the ROI will start happening. When we start looking at AI-first approach to solving problems, then we'll reimagine in processes, we will rewire the data, we will get the right answers in. So apply that approach, and you'll suddenly see lots of use cases around you which are creating ROIs.
Thanks, Kunal. Mandar?
I would say, look at AI with a balanced view. Be very purposeful in applying AI where you know very sure that you'll get an ROI. And be careful where you think that this will require a little more experimentation, because as I said, it's still an evolving technology. Yeah.
Wonderful.
I would be provocative and say, take a big leap. Think about processes like a startup would do, right? For example, thinking about in your clinical trials, or even actually before R&D, right? Bringing the market right there, right? AI offers an opportunity to truly break down the silos which exist, the whole linearity which exists in the pharma companies, right? Discovery, clinical, then obviously regulatory, everything goes back in a linear way. And AI offers the opportunity to break that and unlock significant value, right? So think like a startup, think and take leapfrog, right? That would be the thing to do.
I would say do what you do best. You are a pharma company, you are good in drug discovery, design, sales, marketing, and patient outcome. All the processes, AI, there is a scope of improvement to fast track your journey. Use AI for that. Leave the AI for healthcare evidence to be evolved from the clinical perspective. You do what you do best, fast track with AI. Don't just generate the evidence because you have to adopt it. Let it come, the evidence, in its natural course.
Thank you, Amit. I have time for one more question to the panel, right? And I'm going to talk a little bit about quantum computing and how that's going to affect how AI is used, or is it going to replace AI totally? Nick, you, short answer.
There is no such thing as a short answer when it comes to quantum computing. The answer is that quantum computing will really change the way we look at discovery, particularly. Why would I try and learn the dynamics of an incomprehensibly complex space when I can just model it from the ground up? And so, in many ways, a lot of what we're doing, which is approximation or functions that approximate dynamics of systems in AI, will be supplanted by true simulation of those dynamics in quantum chemistry. When that happens, nobody knows. I'll just say one more thing, which is much more practical, right? That's the long term. The short term is the current forecast for Shores is 2030, give or take. Google's saying 29 for their superconducting topology. That's very soon, and that is a very serious cybersecurity situation where RSA is no longer safe. And so we should all be thinking about the systems that we have and making sure they're quantum secure, because actually that's coming around pretty fast.
Kunal, you want to?
Yep. I'll see everything is complementary when it comes to technology. So I think AI will build the groundwork which quantum computing will take forward. So short and simple answer.
Thank you. Mandar?
I would agree with what Nick said. I think for cybersecurity, quantum computing is coming very, very quickly. And that is where I think we could use that to make our AI implementations more secure. Today, that is still a question mark on how do we secure AI. And with that, there's a lot more work to be done to adopt quantum computing, including rewriting the algorithms, multi-threading them, using them for quantum. There's a lot to be done. So I think it is still far out. Yeah.
Thanks. Manish?
I would think any technology unlock is beneficial for the life sciences industry, right? You do more discovery, you crash the unit cost of trials, marketing, regulatory, everything, and of course quantum computing, as the name suggests, is going to be a quantum leap in that direction.
Absolutely. Amit, I want you to talk about responsible use of quantum.
I'll talk both. So quantum computing is one aspect. I'll split that into two parts. AI has fast-tracked this journey. Quantum compute will make it jet speed. That is quantum computing. Now, quantum computing is not only about computing, it's about quantum as well. By the time we'll deploy quantum mechanisms to computing power, we have understood the quantum physics as well. And that will translate parallelly to healthcare in a completely different domain, which none of us has realized so far. I'll tell you, I have just hired a one master's student just because of the quantum peak wave which has just started, to understand how PET imaging that we do reconstruction can be reinforced better if we understand the matter-antimatter characteristics in a quantum domain. Now imagine that. With quantum, can we also decipher the drug interactions at a scale which we have never imagined? That is where quantum and computing will shake hands. Now, you want to say something? I'll add on.
No, go ahead, please finish.
I teach MR physics to my students, and the rule of thumb is MR physics or CT physics lecture is not over if you don't take 1:12 proportion 1 on safety. Similarly, any AI panel is not over if we don't talk about its ethics, accountability, and regulatory compliance. Whether AI should be treated as a software medical device, how many of you say yes or no? See, how many of you say yes? AI is a software to be treated as a medical device. One. How do you see AI should be treated as a regulatory? Is it a drug? Is it a software? Where do you place it? Software as a medical device? So we should ask that question to Raghuvanshi sir. Right, so everybody is on that boat that we have to decipher how do we ethically use the AI in healthcare. When you say AI in healthcare, I was just intrigued by this panel discussion. AI in industry is a generic thing. Whatever we have talked, 80% of that was logistics, which is applicable to any industry. When you say AI in healthcare, clinical and patient perspective bring it a different industry. If you conduct a panel or AI for industry, everything is what we have discussed is valid. AI in healthcare, focus has to be patient outcome.
Thank you, Amit. I think the patient is at the center of everything that we do. And at the end of the day, it's for the benefit of the patient. So I'm sure that we have leapfrogged into multiple journeys today, right? Right from AI to quantum computing and looking at working with AI on the shop floor all the way to AI in medical affairs. So thank you very much for being a great audience. I'll sign off. Thanks to my panel for a wonderful discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Narayanan, for the brilliant panel discussion. Let's have a huge round of applause again for the entire panel, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I would now invite on stage Mr. Amitabh Dubey, past co-chair FICCI Pharma Committee and country president and MD Novartis. Sir, we would request you to please honor our panel members. Starting off with Dr. Amit Mendirata. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by Mr. Manish Gupta. Followed by Mr. Nick Thurkilson. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by Dr. Mandar Ghatnekar. To Dr. Mandar Ghatnekar. Followed by Mr. Kunal Bansal. And of course, to our brilliant moderator, Dr. Sridhar Narayanan. Thank you, sir, for keeping this panel on time. And with that, I would now request all our panel members, along with Mr. Dubey, to please join us for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, you were witnessing the plenary session 3 centered around harnessing AI and next-gen technologies for disruptive innovation. Let's have a huge round of applause for the entire panel. Thank you so much, sir. It's a great pleasure to have all of you with us today and hear from you. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll quickly break for a networking tea and we'll see you back again in 10 minutes from now. We shall be starting off with the next panel discussion, which is going to be plenary session 4, sharp at 5:05. So let's see you back again in 10 minutes from now. You can enjoy a quick networking tea break and we'll see you back again in 10 minutes from now. That is 5:05. We shall be starting off with the next panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. the tea, coffee, and of course, not to forget the networking. So with that, we now begin the plenary session 4, centered around unleashing India's CRDMO potential. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the global CRDMO market offers a significant opportunity for India, supported by trends like supply chain diversification, emerging modalities, and Gen AI. Though current market share remains modest, this session will highlight actionable strategies across capability focus, talent development, regulatory reforms, and partnerships to help Indian CRDMOs scale and capture a global share. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed panel members. May we please acknowledge the presence of Mr. Peter Baines, Managing Director and CEO, Syngene International. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome sir. Mr. Mani Kantipudi, Managing Director and CEO, Aragon Life Sciences Limited. Very hearty welcome, sir. Mr. Suchit Davuluri Rao, Chairman and CEO, Newland Laboratories Limited. Mr. Sanjay Murudeshwar, Regional President, India, Danaher Corporation. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome our panel members on the stage. Dr. A. Visla, Joint Drugs Controller, India, CDSCO, is unable to join us for this session due to an urgent meeting that has come up. And with that, I would now invite our moderator, Mr. Homer Paneri, Partner, Bain & Company. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome our moderator. With that, without further ado, I would now hand over to our moderator to please start with the proceedings of the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I think the introduction already mentioned, but the outsourced pharma research, development, and the manufacturing industry globally is 180 billion. It's large. It's growing at about 6 to 7%, which is faster than the underlying pharma market. And just as context, it's faster than many of the sectors, the economic sectors globally. India has also done rather well. Today, the Indian CRDMO industry at about $8 billion has grown spectacularly well at about 10 to 12% over the past 5 to 6 years. However, we are still but just a 5% market share globally. And to give an additional context is that at $7.5 to $8 billion, we are smaller than perhaps smaller than Wuxi Pharmatech, which is the leading Chinese CRDMO country. So just one company equals the entire sectoral strength of the Indian market. However, we do have opportunities out there, and the intent over the next 1 hour with some of the representatives of some of the largest and the most and the leading Indian CRDMO companies would be to discuss 3 or 4 main points. One, what is it that we can truly aspire for? Can we get to about a 15% odd market share over the next 5 to 7 years, which would translate to a market of about a size of about $30 billion? 2 is there a need to revamp and strengthen India's value proposition, taking it away, dehyphenating it from China? And in doing that, what are some of the choices which we need to make? Upstream research versus downstream manufacturing, chemistry-related services versus biology and toxicology, and how do we fix the big gap that we have in India on manufacturing and development of biologics? With that, to just kick us off, Sanjay, you have an interesting vantage point. Most CRDMO companies, not just in India but globally, use your instrumentation and equipment to carry out the work. When you look at the sector and look at different companies, what excites you most about the Indian players, and what might be those 1 or 2 areas where India or the Indian players can potentially improve on?
Hello? This works, I guess, yeah. First of all, thank you so much for having us, really appreciate it. I think the fact remains is that we need to demystify the C, R, D, and M because they are very different businesses. The R is different from a D, is different from an M, and there are very different skills and capabilities required to win in each and every one of them. So I think that's the first thing we need to really appreciate and understand. But just I think looking at the larger future trends that we are looking at from our vantage point, I won't belabor this because I think an entire session was on this specific topic of AI, whether it's digital twins for trials or for manufacturing. That's certainly a massive area where we can see a huge amount of inflection. I won't go into more details because we have talked a lot about it. The second major element that we are seeing is really the rise of modular and continuous manufacturing. Most of the manufacturing used to be batch processing a lot, but now we are seeing more and more continuous manufacturing and a lot of flexibility there, so you can keep on changing campaigns from a cell and gene to an mRNA to a small molecule. So a lot of modalities can be changed. Then there's a lot of real-time quality control with a huge amount of instrumentation that is used. The third big change that we are seeing, especially in China, most of the China CROs and CDMOs are large partners of ours, so we work with them, is really the shift from a fee-for-service to a risk-sharing model. The fundamental business model, and they're not telling you, okay, we'll process 100 molecules for you or whatever the number, but they'll actually give you an outcome-based fee. That's really going to disrupt quite of the models, disrupting certainly our business on how we are working with them. So it's more milestone-based incentives or strategic capacity reservations. So just the business model on how people are approaching this are changing because they're working with the smaller biotech companies as well as the larger companies across the world. And the last but not the least is the virtual biotech ecosystem. So biotech is really just about knowledge, and then everything else is outsourced. And then you have a bunch of super smart people in the Bay Area or in the Boston area, and that's it. They'll have an office, maybe 50 by 50 square meters, and everything else is outsourced, which is actually a very cool area. So the entire R&D system, development systems are being outsourced. So just the companies, the way they are approaching and working is changing. So the way we are approaching them is also, of course, changing the types of instruments they want, the type of tools, technologies, consumables, IT systems and validation systems and so on and so forth. So just the way people are approaching the business is certainly changing. I don't want to belabor each of one of them, but certainly I think for India, we really will need to make some very, very specific choices on where do we want to play and where do we want to win. I can give you a small example of the CRO space. In the CRO space, we can just under MABs, we can have antibody generation for single B cell, or we can have phage display, we can have primary, secondary screening, we can have cell line development. Each of these specific modes, somebody can specialize them and win, because everybody cannot be an expert in every specific area. If you want to go into RNA, then oligosynthesis. Is somebody really an expert in oligosynthesis? And I think somebody will need to make the choices so that we know what we are really differentiating. We cannot be a one-stop shop for everybody. And I think that's what I feel because of the capabilities and knowledge that is required. And that's why we are working with a lot of the companies because of the workflow solutions required for an oligo, for example, synthesis end-to-end, which is a service they provide to the larger companies around the world. So what are the choices they are making? The real strength of the Indian system, which I feel we still have a long way to tap, is, I think I talked about this in an earlier forum too, is that discovery is really becoming a computational challenge. It's got nothing to do, and we ourselves as a company are doing a lot of work there because we don't know where our boxes and tools and consumables will be used in 15 years' time. And I think we need to make some really big challenges on, I think Mandar, he talked about AlphaFold. If you have AlphaFold, then why do you require structural biology, right? And then where do we go from there? So if you don't need structural biology, why do you require a confocal microscope? And so on and so forth. So they are fundamentally changing us as a company that we serve companies around here. So the strength of India in computation, we can really build on substantially because that's where all the GCs are built and a lot of capabilities can be built to. I'll stop here.
Got it. Sujit, when you look at it and plan for the next 5 to 7 years, any one or two initiatives that you prioritize differentially just given many of the uncertainties and also the opportunities that exist in the sector. I mean, one of the questions that you had is, how do I take more risk? Two is, are there certain areas that I play in, be it specialty, be it modalities, what might be the big?
So if I understand you correctly, Homer, the question is, are there any specific areas that we want to play in?
No,
in
I think, sorry, let me rephrase.
Yeah,
It's,
that's fine.
if today, sitting today, planning for the next 5 to 7 years, if you had to inflect your growth, what are one or two areas that you will have to differentially focus on, one or two initiatives that will be required that you probably have not yet done in the past?
I would say the opposite, Homer, in the sense that in the next 5 years, I don't think we want to do anything that's different than what we've done in the past 10 or 15 years. Because, I hear a lot about this China plus one strategy and India being positioned as, okay, people have done business with China, and maybe we need to de-risk from China to do business with India. And for me, that never really made sense, because China is China and India is India. India has its strengths, China has its strengths. And I think something that's important for companies that are based out of here is to really find out what you're good at, right? Kind of define your position within the pharmaceutical supply chain. From that point of view, and this is related to your question, is that we decided several years ago that we weren't going to be playing everywhere. We said that we will focus on manufacturing, we will focus on large-scale manufacturing, we will focus on specialty manufacturing, whether it's peptides, whether it is vitamin D2 analogs, whether it's prostaglandins. We said that we will focus on molecules that add value, that will differentiate us. So, I mean, your question makes a lot of sense, but what we would do is really consolidate our position in all of these areas. So we continue to invest in peptides, which by IQVIA are now considered as large molecules, not small molecules anymore. We continue to invest in specialty compounds, in the CRDMO space, so on and so forth. Meter dose inhalers, dry powder inhalers, APIs for devices. And we will continue doing that because that's what we do good, and I think that's what we do better than others. And we will continue differentiating that. Hope that answers your question. I didn't throw you off.
That does. So it's identify your spots and make sure where you're good at and where you can compete differentially. The recipe for the next. Mani, in Aragen, just given you also have a presence near shore or onshore in the US, what might be those one or two areas if you had to differentially, if you had to inflect growth to 2x perhaps?
Yeah, I think, I think few companies in India can do R&D and manufacturing in small and large molecules. And given that large molecules are becoming an important part of every pharma company's portfolio, and in India specifically, given the preponderance of biosimilars coming up, I think that will be a big area of focus for Aragen as well. And given that we are in both small and large molecules, then there's a whole modality called antibody drug conjugates that we are uniquely positioned to participate in and make ADCs. So those would be two areas of technology, I would say, that will be a big focus: the biology aspect, biologics, biosimilars, and then ADCs, building on top of all the small molecule expertise that Aragen has already built. Now, your question was, given that we are near shore as well, I think our strategy there is, to do complex R&D work near shore, and then more manufacturing work for cost of goods in India. So, of course, regulations are changing, tariffs change, and with the recent push towards more manufacturing in the US, we have to see whether we will set up a manufacturing facility in the US or not, but currently there's no plans like that. But our strategy has been doing the complex work, which scientifically is difficult to do in India, do it outside, near shore. It's more high touch, so you're near shore in the same time zone, and then tech transfer it to India for cost of goods purposes and manufacture in India.
Thanks, Mani. Peter, for Syngene, if you had to inflect growth to 2x? Maybe you use this.
Thank you. Well, the start of the answer to the question is we have no shortage of market headroom. As your opening remarks suggested, we all have a lot of market opportunity in front of us. From a Syngene perspective, but I think it probably applies in some dimensions to all the players in the CRDMO market in India. I think model evolution will be important over the next 5 years, and that gets back to the point about moving from traditional fee-for-service or FTE models to those which might be more risk-sharing or milestone-based. And that's really a reflection of differentiating your services to add value to your customers. And I think in our world, that's a very dynamic variable. What we do today is a lot different than what we did 5 years ago, and I'm sure in 5 years' time it'll be very different from what we do today. So I think the model evolution will be part of what we'll be looking at. Technology evolution has been touched on in many of the fora in this meeting, and I'm not going to dwell on it. There's a lot of technology application being applied to discovery, to development, and to manufacturing. And of course, AI and Gen AI are going to play their roles in that, and there are those observers in the industry that see it revolutionizing the industry in 5 years or 10 years' time. We will see on that, but it's definitely going to change everything, and we will need to evolve our models and our engagement and integration of AI to ensure that we remain AI relevant through our customers' lens. And then I'll add on to what Manny said about modalities. We're living in a very exciting age for medicines, for knowledge, and understanding of how scientists can look at novel interventional modalities to solve disease challenges. I don't think any company can cover all the bases on this, so picking the base that you're going to fight on and developing differential strengths there is going to be important. Obviously, biologics, large molecule monoclonal antibodies have become the second leg of interventional medicine, standing aside small molecules, the traditional chemistry-based pills and powders. But Manny touched on it as well. For monoclonal antibodies, there's now a very exciting range of what I would call armed antibodies. Antibody-drug conjugates, or an antibody which has exquisite biological targeting capabilities conjugated to a payload that may then be able to intervene in a very specific targeted disease pathway. And those combinations are going to be very, very exciting for patients because they'll combine monoclonal antibodies with peptides, with oligonucleotides, with PROTACs and other modalities, which are going to extend and improve the interventional capability of medicine. So it's a very exciting time to be in the industry. I think every one of us has a lot of market growth ahead. It's a great time for India, I think, to come back to one of the questions you raised earlier, to set a new kind of aspiration. But you have to be very careful where you're going to pick your base to stand on and to develop, because it's very competitive as well.
So if you had to look at updating India's value proposition, in the past it has been more around, this is if given the talent base that we have, we can get on faster and we are relatively cheaper. But if you had to update the value proposition with a view to inflecting from 5% odd market share to 10-15% market share, in the backdrop of all these developments taking, what might be those 1 or 2 areas, Peter, that India could work differentially on? Or can we use that as the calling card which differentiates us?
Sure. And the starting point of that is if you roll the clock back 15 years or so, the differential capability of India in the CRDMO world was price. It was just a lot less expensive. It was a capable pair of hands that was very inexpensive compared with the pair of hands at home. I think that has dramatically shifted, and the value that our customers are looking for now is more varied and is getting more toward the value proposition for the patient. So speed, time is one of them. Our customers are all obsessed with time and speed. And the reason they're obsessed with it is because if they're very, very successful, time has a defined value. So the largest medicinal product today is selling approximately $32 billion a year. Take that at peak sales and just round that up to 36 to make the maths easy for me. That's $100 million a day. So when they say to us, you know, a week is too long, we want it done in 2 days, those 3 days is $300 million to them at peak sales. So time really does have an extraordinary value in our market, and the pressures on our ability to deliver at speed are very, very high. I think the entire proposition has also shifted towards risk sharing and solution solving, and really adding intellectual, knowledge-based value into the process. No longer just an inexpensive and capable pair of hands, but attached to a very capable brain, and with the ability to meet challenges, solve problems, and really add value to the customer. And I think that's what they're all wanting, is more value added through the service.
Let's just push you over there a little bit. Given that historically we haven't had a very strong large molecules of biologics manufacturing, can we really push, can we really be that risk-sharing partners? Can we really help you on the emerging areas of growth? I mean, where I'm coming from is, will our competitors not go even further away from us at this point?
So we'll always have to be watching where the competitive leading edge is going, because we will be benchmarked against that, and we will need to be adding value, not being less valuable. And there are multiple dimensions, and I've touched on a few of them. In terms of biologics, there's no reason whatsoever that India can't and become very capable in biotherapeutics discovery as well as biotherapeutics manufacturing in the many dimensions that biotherapeutics manufacturing affords. There's no structural impediment to that. It takes time and you've got to learn the trade, but there's no structural impediment to that I can see at all. And I think it's a huge opportunity for growth. It's also the fastest growing segment of the CRDMO market as well, so that makes it attractive.
Appreciate that. Mani, on the same question, are there choices that we'll have to make, and how do we, with all of those, tighten what might be the changed value proposition for India, to take it away from the China, not China perspective?
Right. I think I agree with Peter that in addition to the cost angle, which is important and will continue to stay important, in addition to that, I think our customers are definitely looking at time and the value addition to bring new modalities or new products to market for the patient. But I think where India can play a role is its strength in AI and technology. Can all of us here in the pharma industry and in the CRDMO industry apply these technologies maybe a notch better than others, and therefore reduce time or first time right or turnaround time, or those kinds of metrics that our customers will start measuring us at. So I think AI and digital technologies can play a big role in the CRDMO industry to meet our the upgraded expectations of our customers. I think the second is just given the disease burden in India, simplifying clinical trials, which we heard about all through the morning from the regulators, etc., I think can accelerate India's position in the global market, global world marketplace. That okay, we can do clinical trials in India as well, as fast as we can do it, say in Australia and China or wherever. And as they're doing those, you'll see that there'll be other technologies that also come into India. So I think those would be two areas I think India should play on its strength and develop the regulatory framework, the policies around these areas, so that India can become much, much stronger. I'll say one more thing. I think just also given the scale of scientific talent that is graduating colleges, etc. in India, if we put in the right training mechanisms and again some policies, really think, for example, make in India for the world, right? So we're making novel products innovative products in India, but not necessarily for the Indian market, but for the whole world. And if there are policies around that we can work with Department of Pharmaceuticals or with the Commerce Ministry to enable this, I think that can become a huge needle mover for the industry.
We'll come to the policy part, but just on this point about the India value proposition, Suchet, your thoughts?
No, just quick comments. Homer. So like Peter said, I think speed and reliability were always an ask, correct? They've always been, like for the last 20 years. That's been the expectation from your partners, from your contract manufacturing, whatever it is. However, what I feel happy about is that today it's just not speed, but people are also looking for responsible companies to do business with. So companies that have a strong regulatory track record, people are doing business responsibly. That means they're taking care of the environment, their employees, mental health, all of that. A holistic way of doing business rather than getting them, the cheapest possible product on time. That's not how business is done anymore. And it's becoming increasingly difficult for those sort of companies to stay in business and continue business. So I think going forward, I think India has a huge opportunity there because, everything said and done, I think our ecosystem here, it provides that opportunities for companies to be true partners by taking care of multiple stakeholders. And I think we should continue to build on that overall as an industry. That's it.
Sanjay, just when you're hearing Suchet, Peter, and he speak about the revamped, the value prop, I mean, sitting from what you're seeing, customers, clearly they're looking for differentiation, they're looking for new modalities, speed, and as I said, cost important. Are we missing perhaps one or two that what I mean by we is the industry here in India need to think very differently?
I think two areas I think is really an ecosystem that we need to really focus on. I can think about two. Scale is still an issue.
Interesting.
Because scale changes a lot when you starting investing in large molecules especially, because the upfront investment is not the same scale as a small molecule. It's totally a different ball game altogether. So I think just to have the mindset, I think to do that is going to be important. So linked to scale is also process optimization. And because if you look at most large molecules in India, the big players will do very well. Especially the big CDMO players will definitely do well. But most companies are, for the lack of a better, the yield is 3 titers, 4 titers. When you start going and competing with the global companies, they are at 8 to 10 titer, and large companies who have their own pharmaceutical biotech for the last 25 years are at 12, 13 titers. But that totally changes cost optimization. So I think these two areas, I think we as a country will really need to focus on in making sure that we can keep on bringing up the yield and getting the scale right. Because only then you can really compete with the rest of the world.
Just one more point. Sorry, you're saying something, Sujit?
I just feel the point about speed hasn't been emphasized enough, Homer. And I think speed is just a combination of what we do internally in our organizations, but also the external environment. So I think if we really have to get up there, and as Peter and Mani were saying, it's going to be an exciting century for the country, right? But I think the one thing that could make it or break it is at the speed at which we respond to what is required as us to do as manufacturers, both in R&D as well as manufacturing overall. Whether that's approvals, turnaround times, how quickly we can scale things up, fail as quickly as possible, learn from it. I think that's going to be the core factor. And the more we can collaborate as the industry, the government, to define that problem and work on it, I think whether it's large-scale manufacturing, whether it's adding capabilities, all of a sudden, all that becomes possible. But if you're moving at a snail space, not a sales space, but I think it becomes that much more harder to get there.
Very fair, and we'll just come to the, but just one question before we move on to the policy and the interventions required. Is there a difference in the value prop that you might want to craft from a perspective of biotechs and perhaps the top 10 large pharma companies or top 20 pharma companies and the remaining? Because is there something, is there a choice that we as India can make in who to service, just because it will take a lot of time for us to break into the large pharma, the top 20 pharma, or we'll have to be ready to service anybody?
I would say we're happy to service anybody.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
we would love to
Oh,
service.
no, I didn't mean to say that. Of course, we would love to serve, but I don't think we are inhibited in any way to be able to serve, whether it's large pharma, mid-size, or small biotech companies. In fact, it's getting grayer and grayer because a lot of the programs of the large pharma now are coming from the biotech space. So technically, whether you start with large pharma or the biotech space, you end up with either or, right? So I think we're capable. We have the systems, we have the governance mechanisms to be able to do both, and I think we just need to double down. That's my view. I could be.
Yeah, I agree. I think between the three CRDMOs here, I don't think there's any large pharma company that we are not working with today.
Okay.
Already working with all of the top 20 large pharma companies. And I think the industry in India has matured quite a bit. And if large pharma company is working with you, then by nature, any other company in the world will work with you, whether it's a biotech or other companies. So yes, when we were less mature as industry, I think biotechs were the first ones to work with us. Large pharma took a while. We had to, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of training, in terms of investments, in terms of modalities, in terms of ESG, in terms of safety, in terms of IT infrastructure, we had to upgrade ourselves so much to meet large pharma standards. But I think many companies have come to that level now. So I don't see any risk from that perspective.
Only just to emphasize, I think Mani said it. Between the three companies here, I'm sure that we serve the top 30 big pharma companies around the world. I'm sure we serve a cross-sectional representation of the mid-size, and I'm sure we serve a fairly long tail of biotechs. And we'll do some work with venture capital and academia and anybody for whom our service capabilities can apply to discovery and development. So I don't see any differentiation there from your question. I think India is doing well. We are serving the top 20 and 30. The question is, how much better can India be?
Got it. Just coming to the interventions that we need as India as a country in talent, in infrastructure, skill development, and policy. I do want to pick up each one of them separately. So from a talent perspective, Sanjay, if you want to go first, we do have, by absolute numbers, the graduates coming out of graduating. But do we really have the skills? Do we have adequate talent for the large molecules, the biologics side? Because you have a lot of chemists and chemical engineers, but biotech ready people?
I guess, Homer, I think this is a statistic, used quite a bit, that the entire CRO industry, the number of associates unemployed is less than what one company in China does. So I think scaling, especially for India, it's going to be all about, this is a service industry. It's about knowledge and talent. So if we do not get the talent equation right, we can get all of the other technology right, but if you don't get the talent right, you're nowhere, because finally that's going to be the engine. And where are we there? As you rightly pointed out, we are a good chemist country, but biology is certainly a long way.
Even engineers, but...
Yeah, we are good at chemical engineering and so on and so forth. But biology, we still have a very long way to go. And the modalities of the future is based mostly on biology. Chemistry is important, don't get me wrong. I'm seeing more and more large pharmaceutical companies going back to small molecules, very interestingly. Especially over the last 2 to 3 years, I've seen they're investing more in small molecules relative to large molecules. But having said that, I think long term, that's still a big stretch. And therefore, investment, I can tell you, Danner as a company, we do a lot of work with Indian Institute of Science to get masters and PhDs in very specifically biochemistry and all of those areas. So more than capital, more than technology, the biggest deterrent for growth in India, unfortunately, could be talent.
So, Shesh, do you think the same way? And in addition to just talent from a technical perspective, just also think of talent when it comes to, say, mid-management roles. Do we need to get more people, just as China has done, they have attracted a lot of people from the West back into the country. Is that something that we need, or you think now in a globalized world, that skills are rather easily available? What might be more important, technical talent or the project management and people who have serviced or worked with players in the West?
I think it's both. So the biggest difference between India and China is you have almost 80% of the folks who've been studied and trained overseas either have or in the process of moving back to China. That same number for India is probably around 2%. That means people who've gone overseas to get educated and work, they don't come back to India, right? And that's a huge differentiating factor in terms of talent. But having said that, I think the only way, so to directly answer your question rather than go roundabout, I think we need both. We need talent, we need technical talent, and of course we need the managerial talent as well. In fact, I was talking to this person, Indian person, who worked in business development for a Chinese CDMO. No, actually worked for an Indian CDMO, now works for a Chinese CDMO, but based in the US, right? So they are able to see the contrast in terms of how an Indian CDMO is able to focus on issues and problem solving, and how a Chinese company is able to do it. And there's still a huge differential in terms of the speed and how some of these companies, if there's a problem, they just throw the kitchen sink at the problem and get it done as quickly as possible. So I think you need talent. We need to create that safe space within our culture so that people can fail, not be blamed, so that the only way, to his point, talent is going to develop is because you make mistakes, right? The more things you can experiment with, the more you can fail. Yes, education is important, but we know that most of the learning happens on the job. It doesn't happen in universities, right? So I think the more environment we can create to recruit talent, let them fail, create that environment, encourage that, I think the faster we will get there. I don't think we can solve the problem by just recruiting people from overseas, because it's a systemic change that is required. So it's culture, it's people, it's training, infrastructure development. So we have to attack it on multiple facets.
Mani, Peter, if you could also reflect on the talent bit. I mean, it's an issue, and recognize that, but what might be some of the things that we collectively as an industry can do? And I'll come to the part about how do we work with the government on this, but is there any creative solutions, or it just is that, because if we were to organically start people to get them to go into biology now, it's going to be 10 years out that people will come out. So how do we address this issue?
Yeah, so I think there are some creative solutions to this. For example, Aragen took an approach of acquiring a US-based biology company, right? So that brings the talent to Aragen, and so there are mechanisms like this. And also, you know, as when we started off, we said the opportunity is big enough. So the three companies sitting here, we are competing at some level. We are competitors, but now we are also collaborating. We found an organization called Innovator Pharma Services Organization, and we are all working together to try to, you know, represent our needs as an industry, and working with the government to get them to think that you know, this is a third leg of the Indian pharma industry. So of course you have the generics, the pharmacy of the world, we have the vaccines, but there is a huge opportunity with CRDMO. And if the right policies and the right frameworks are put in place, you know, this $7-8 billion industry can easily be a $30 billion industry, which is the total exports of India's generic exports today. So this could be, a huge potential. We'll come to what the policies might be. But coming back to talent, I agree with, all of the comments that were made. But I want to emphasize the reason we are talking so much about talent here, and people may be thinking, oh, well, we have so many manufacturing plants and things like this. We are talking about innovator drugs here. They are not generic drugs. It's very different talent from discovery through development, through manufacturing of a drug that was never made before. So that is the talent we are looking for. And that is why it is hard to find in India, because India doesn't have that DNA in the system. And all the more it makes it important for this industry to thrive, because tomorrow this industry is what's going to lead to innovation. Because all morning there was a lot of talk about innovation. Of course, regulatory changes are important, financial constraints are important, but the thinking process of a new drug will not happen just because you took somebody who worked in generics and asked them to go and start innovating. You have to go through this process of an organic process of understanding how other companies innovate, and then go to that level.
On this topic, I would say there are two dimensions that are very important in terms of how the talent demand is shifting, and talent demand is evolving rapidly in our world. So the demand for scientists with capabilities in these new modalities is becoming critical. If you want to do oligonucleotides, you may need oligonucleotide chemists. That's not on the curriculum in India. So we need to start thinking about how the curriculum in science training is a leading edge curriculum rather than, I think, potentially, I hope I don't offend anyone here, a today's model. We need to be thinking about what are the demands for tomorrow's science in linker capabilities and oligonucleotides and in many of the other exciting fields that are going to change the way medicines are discovered and developed. The other one goes to the knowledge and intellectual capability, where it's not just a pair of hands, it's a thinking head that can solve complex challenges in chemistry and biology. And this is the type of talent that's going to enable us to deliver differentiated services. Basic talent will enable us to deliver basic services, but we'll need scientists who are capable of thinking very much as extensions of our customers and collaborators in solving the challenges of discovery and development and manufacturing. And those are the talent demands that are going to, I think, challenge the India talent pool. Scale is another one. Somebody mentioned that. If we want to be 15% of the market, not 5%, we'll need a lot more people. Now, AI may reduce it from a linear position, but we'll need more people as well. But it'll be a different shape of talent as well.
I think one comment I do want to add, Homer, and Nick sitting in the audience, because AI is changing, it's collapsing time, right? We didn't have access to this 5 or 10 years ago, right? So it was a long road to be able to develop that talent. So like you said, if people get into biology now, it could be 10 years. I don't know. We don't know that it's going to take that long anymore, because now AI is creating an even playing field. To Mani's point, 20 years ago, India was seen as a place that you went because it was inexpensive. I don't think the future India will be a place that you go because it's inexpensive. You go there because of technology, because of talent, because we know how to use AI to be able to solve the problems and provide what our customers need. And I know we don't want to spend time talking about AI, but I think there's no way in hell we can have a conversation without talking about AI. We can try, but it's not going to happen.
Just coming to the thing which is cited by many as not very enabling, how do we make the policy a little bit more conducive? One is the part about just coming on par with potentially the other competitors that we have in this part of the world. Let's not just benchmark it to China, but like even the Koreas of the world. The second is, what could we do differently as industry? And I know Dr. Vishala could not be here today, but how do we work with the government so that collaboratively we can achieve that 5 to 15% jump in the next 5-7 years? So policy, Peter.
if there were two areas that I would identify where we could look to make a difference quickly, one comes back to speed. We need to go faster, and India loses business. Sinjin certainly does, and I ask my colleagues to comment as well, but I think we lose business because we're not fast enough, and because China can do it 3 days faster, or Korea can do it 2 days faster, and a day can make a lot of difference to our customers. And these are wrinkles that we should be able to iron out pretty quickly. I mean, we can talk about customs clearance and single window opportunities to get things through. There are lots and lots of areas of white space that are wrinkles that should be ironed out. Others have done it. India should do it. If India doesn't do it, then it's throwing business away because we won't get some business because we're 3 days slower or whatever it is. So we speak a lot about ease of doing business, and there are other areas there, but speed of doing business is one of those easing things that I think is very accessible for India to solve quickly. And the other one, I think, would be the talent one in terms of policy. I mean, I would love to see the curriculum evolve to look at tomorrow's technology capabilities in our field and develop scientists and technologists and engineers that are going to be vital for differential service delivery in the future.
Tani, on the point of the enabling environment from a regulatory perspective.
Yeah, I think, I would say two big asks, right? So while Peter commented about wrinkles that need to be ironed out, and I completely agree, we might be a little slower in procurement of raw materials because they all come from China or overseas. There's not enough of a supply chain here. Okay, we can solve that through other efficiencies. But if there were two big things I would ask the government is, one is really think of India as the make in India for the world kind of thought process, where maybe we have an SEZ or a special economic area where we are making innovator drugs for the world from India, and therefore, since they are for other markets, they don't need to come under the purview of the CDSCO or other Indian regulators, because they will get regulated by the US FDA or the European Union or wherever these drugs are going eventually. But the turnaround time and the speed at which we can make these things, I think, would be tremendous. And there's a whole area focused where if it's in that zone, there is no local intervention, but it is, we're getting orders, we're making it, but we're sending it out immediately without local intervention. I think it'll tremendously speed things up. The second area, and as an opportunity, only because very recently the US government has shown their intention of putting 100% tariff on patented drugs coming in from outside the United States. If India could work out a policy with the US through its free trade agreement specifically for innovator and patented drugs going from India to the US at a very low or no tariff at all, I think it's a game changer for this industry. And we will, as IPSO, we are definitely going to take this as a request to the Department of Pharmaceuticals and to Department of Commerce to see if that's something India would be willing to take up. Yeah, so that's those would be my two big asks. I think these can be really game changers for this industry.
On both the policy and also how is it that you as an industry, how can you work with a government to make this a bit more consultative? Because we do have, as you mentioned, sudden changes in regulations which throw things off gear.
See, I'll give two specific examples to build on what Peter and Mani said. Homer, so for example, when you're manufacturing a new drug for the first time, which is not approved, either globally or in India, we need what we call a special manufacturing license. That's usually given for a year, and before it expires, you have to reapply for it because it lapses. There's no automatic extension. Sometimes you get it on time, sometimes you don't. And most projects will run for more than a year, maybe sometimes 18 months. And that induces significant lead time. Now, the other side of the coin, which is different, so there are many such examples, to Peter's point, which I think we can collaborate with the government to make things easier while still protecting the spirit of why that law exists in the first place. Correct? Because the law was put in place for a reason. It's not like someone dreamed up or was looking for something to do. So I think still while protecting it, how can we make it in such a way that, it enables business? So some sort of a, government industry partnership or a working group that would continuously work on this problem, maybe, define the problem, come up with solutions and keep working on it rather than talk about it at a conference, once a year, once every couple of years. I think that would definitely be helpful. The other specific thing I wanted to mention is, for some reason, India is the only country where you can get the complete data on who's selling what drugs to who. I mean, I find that a little bit ridiculous, the export data, that no one knows who Chinese are selling to, no one knows who the Americans are selling to. Why is it that people know to who Indian companies are selling to? It's almost like we're inviting other companies to take our business, right? So I think there's simple tweaks that we can make that can have a significant impact on doing business easier and faster, without, of course, giving away our business secrets.
Sanjay, any add from you on, I mean, I'm sure it's also impacting some of your instrumentation and equipment coming in.
No, I think the 2 points made by Mani, Peter, and Sachet, I think really talent and the regulations are the 2 critical elements. But I'll go out on limb here and make a possible prediction and a guess. I think the next group of innovative biologics will come from the CROs.
Interesting.
Because I genuinely feel...
To say that, okay.
And I mean it. I think if you see the model across the world, it's the Novartis or even the small Genentechs or Curagens or whichever of the world will first do the discovery and then go to the CRO companies to do different types of elements of the services. But I think the capabilities built by the companies here at the classical discovery, right from start, at least to clinical development, I think is a capability which is very difficult to replicate. And I think what they are learning and they're building, I think I'll go on them and make a prediction. This is where the innovation coming from. So invest here and buy their stocks.
Awesome. I'm just going to open it up for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, but Dr. Vishala couldn't make it here, but the intent would be to kind of pool all of these inputs and pass it on to the department with Ishan's help. But questions? Yeah.
There's a question here. Go ahead. No.
We're just getting a mic for you, sir.
Yeah, so we talked about large pharma, and large pharma has been coming here for many years. And I think most of the companies here have been working. Now we see a trend that they are setting up their own GCCs. Now, how does that impact business, and how do you factor that into your growth plans?
So actually, I find the GCCs to be very complementary to the work that we are doing. I don't see that as competing. The kind of work that the GCCs are doing are more office work. They're doing clinical trials, they're doing AI, they're doing data management, they're not doing lab work. Very few, if at all, are doing lab work. Novartis is a great example. They have a big center in Hyderabad, but they also happen to be partners with several of ours, right? So they're doing more work here, and I think the more they get exposed to India, the more they trust India, and I think there's a complementary. I don't see it as a conflicting. It's a complementary effect, actually. I don't know if you have a different point of view.
I would say it's maybe in my mind not as black and white as that. I hope that's where it goes, because I think it's up to us to demonstrate our capabilities to serve them in what their needs are, to make sure that it remains complementary. It's very, very hard today for a large pharma company to ignore India, with 1/5 of the global population residing here, and their commitments to to patients. So I think it's inevitable that big pharma and mid-sized pharma at the boardrooms will have increasing strategic focus on how they will play in India. And India has a lot of advantages in certain fields. So some of the work that Manny mentioned, I think around back office IT and so forth, is pretty obvious that they'd look to do that. I think we need to talk to them and demonstrate our capabilities and and offer our services to continue to expand our collaborations with them.
Hi, my name is Akash. First of all, thank you so much for sharing your opinion on the broader space. What I wanted to say is that conferences like these are a fantastic initiative to sort of bring stakeholders from both MNCs, industry players, and government together. I was very curious in terms of how do we increase collaboration between these two different sects so that, let's say, we have more compounding effects, let's say, over the coming year or years, so that, let's say, next time we get together, there's something, there's some incremental benefits that have accrued to the industry.
So I'll just try to feel that one, Akash. I think generally, the objective is the same, right? Whether it's the government, whether it's MNCs, it's us. The common objective is the patient, it's the economy, it's creating jobs, it's becoming successful, becoming financially healthy. I don't think there's any differences in the common objectives, but different stakeholders are representing different interests of the same entity. So I think if you're able to set up a structure where we can clearly define what is the common objective, what are the roles and responsibilities, what does each stakeholder bring to the table, and how can we achieve that, and have a forum that can meet consistently, discuss issues, table them. And for me, it's so much more powerful when we can get 2 things done in 1 year rather than get 10 things 50% done in a year, right? So I think pick those 1 or 2, 3 things, priorities that are coming out of the discussion today and even historically. Just work on that, make it a priority, get those done. I think that's a great starting point as far as I'm concerned. But if there's any...
Well, I think just one, and I'm just conscious that it's coming
we're
out of 6:15, but that works. But perhaps through IPSO or through any of such initiative, government and the industry needs to come together and on a periodic basis so that we don't speak once in a year and we don't have the same conversation like a year later in
Absolutely.
saying. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Is everyone going to clap?
I doubt it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Plenary, for moderating this session. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the entire panel. And with that, I would request all our panel members to please join us below the stage area. I would invite Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General IPA, and Mr. Ishan Pandita, Head FICCI, MVT, Ayush and Pharmaceuticals, to please felicitate our panel members. Can I please request Mr. Jain and Mr. Ishan to... I would also request our Joint Secretary, Mr. Satya Prakash ji, to please join us on the stage. Sir, ऊपर ही felicitate करेंगे. Can we have the mementos, please? We shall be starting off with Mr. Peter Baines. Let's have a huge round of applause. I request Mr. Satya Prakash ji to please felicitate Mr. Peter Baines. Towards the camera, please. To Mr. Mani Kantipudi, I request Mr. Jain to please felicitate Mr. Mani Kantipudi. To Mr. Suchit Davuluri Rao, I request Mr. Pandita to please felicitate Mr. Suchit. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. To Mr. Sanjay Murudeshwar, requesting Joint Secretary Saab to please felicitate Mr. Sanjay Murudeshwar. Can we have the memento, please? To Mr. Sanjay Murudeshwar. And I now request Mr. Jain and Mr. Pandita to please felicitate our moderator, Mr. Homer Plenary. Let's have a huge round of applause. I now request all our panel members to please step ahead for a group photograph. Requesting Mr. Jain, Joint Secretary Saab and Mr. Pandita to please join us for the photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, with that you were witnessing the last plenary session centered around unleashing India's CRDMO potential. Let's have a huge round of applause for the brilliant and insightful panel that we witnessed. And ladies and gentlemen, as every good thing comes to an end, so has the day one of the 9th edition of India Pharma 2026. With this, we will be wrapping up the day one. We'll see you back again tomorrow morning with much awaited and interestingly curated sessions. But before that, it is time to now relax, rejuvenate, and unwind. So we have planned networking dinner for all of you. It will be happening at the Fiki Lawn area on the ground floor, 7 p.m. onwards. I would request all of you to please help yourselves, have some good time, enjoy, relax, and we shall see you back again for the scientific agenda tomorrow morning. With that, this is your host Diksha Rena signing off for the day. We'll see you back again tomorrow. Thank you so much.